Chilling new footage showing a fatal police chase. Why experts say the chase should not have happened in the first place. Plus, redistricting plans in Baltimore County causing some chaos among parents. Why they say the move is unfair to families.
Temperatures will be colder today, and we're tracking rain as well. We'll break it down for you and what you can expect for the weekend as well.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Bright and early Friday morning to you. It is March 3rd, and we are at the end of the week. Let's start off with your forecast to get us off to the weekend. To the right start, meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor, and good morning, everyone. Overall, we're going to see those rain showers that'll develop as we head later into the morning time, and especially for the afternoon. Looking outside right now, very quiet conditions over downtown Baltimore, and our temperatures are mainly in the 40s. You can see that rain that is well to the south and to the west of us, so we're not tracking that rain until we get to later this morning and through the midday today as well. Numbers right now in the low to mid 40s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 46. 47 your number in Dundalk right now. Rain showers going to be moving in. It will be colder this afternoon than yesterday, but then we do dry out as we head toward the weekend. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
We're beginning this morning with a city in crisis and two overnight shootings. The first, a double shooting happening downtown around 10:30 last night. According to police, two men walked into the hospital, a 21-year-old and a 19-year-old, for treatment. They're both in stable condition this morning. The second shooting happening just moments later in eastern Baltimore. A 40-year-old man was shot in his left thigh. He was taken to the hospital and is also in stable condition. Anyone with information on either of these shootings should contact police directly or Metro Crime Stoppers. That number there on your screen, 1667-LOCKUP. Now, elsewhere in a city in crisis, Maryland state investigators releasing new video of a police chase. It ended in a deadly crash. Take a look at this. It happened on the night of February 8th in East Baltimore. Video shows police trying to stop a stolen vehicle. Now, you can see the suspect's car ran a red light and crashed into another car at Wolf and North Avenue. A pedestrian was hit and killed as the building collapsed on everybody. A law enforcement expert we spoke with says the limited information made to the public so far, this chase just shouldn't have happened.
In most departments in the country, they're not allowed to chase. Officers are not allowed to chase anymore for property crimes because of fatalities and injury accidents that have happened to innocent citizens over the years.
5 people were hurt as a result of this crash. Baltimore police have not said if the officers involved are being disciplined. New police video just came in a day after the City Board of Estimates approved that $6 million settlement with the estate of a man killed in a chase involving gun trace task force officers. It was a similar situation where a car being pursued crashed into another car unrelated to the investigation. The breaking up of the disgraced gun trace task force resulted in top to bottom review of the department. That includes vehicle pursuits and policies. Turning now to your Session 2023 coverage, the recent sentencing of 26-year-old Kendrick Harrison in Baltimore is raising concerns about punishments for convicted gun offenders. Earlier this week, Baltimore City State Attorney Ivan Bates admitted his office made a mistake in regards to Harrison's sentencing. Some feel he deserved a harsher punishment.
I do think that, more than 1 year is appropriate in a case like this. We're dealing with a city that is just rife with gun violence.
FOX45 News reached out to the judge's office to ask for his reasoning behind this 1-year sentence. Now, a state spokesperson says the judge is unable to comment on sentencing. Bates says his office is holding a training program that starts today. Stick with Fox 45 News all morning. Coming up at 7:15, Baltimore City State Attorney Ivan Bates will join us live here in studio to talk about his proposed gun bill, which would raise the maximum penalty from 3 to 5 years for people convicted of illegal gun possession or the transport across the board. In Washington, D.C., President Joe Biden will not veto a Republican bill to repeal the city's crime law. The law in question includes softer penalties for crimes like carjacking. Republicans claim the changes will bring crime levels across the city. If the president signs off on this bill, it would be the first time Congress nullifies a D.C. law in more than 3 decades. Turning now to your crisis in the classroom. Some Baltimore County parents are up in arms over redistricting plans that would build a new middle school and impact nearly a dozen other schools. Of 4 proposed plans, only one keeps the area's elementary school students attending nearby Pine Grove Middle School. But distance is not the only issue, considering many students are still catching up after the long period of academic homeschooling.
There's nothing wrong with the schools or the communities. It just feels like the goal that we've been told by BCPS is to keep historical communities together. This sort of just destroys ours. Our kids are finally getting their legs under them. They're finally getting relationships going again.
BCPS says its redistricting committee is still finalizing these plans. They are offering a number of opportunities for parents' input, starting with 2 public information sessions next week. Baltimore County Schools announced a plan to provide free breakfast and lunch to all students beginning this fall. Need-based free meals are already available, but this new program will take out the process of collecting applications to see who qualifies for free meals. More information will be available once the Maryland Department of Education releases eligibility data in April.
We can't bring him back, but we can bring him justice.
Disgraced attorney Alec Murdaugh convicted of murdering his wife and son. The mountain of charges he faces as he heads back to court today. Plus, a rainy and cold Friday ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when this weather maker rolls on out. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.39 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast. We're tracking rain, but not for another couple of hours. Going to be a dry commute for us, but that rain is going to be moving in by midday and will stay with us into the afternoon and evening as well. So it will definitely be a wet Friday or a wet start to the weekend. Temperature-wise, statewide, we're in the 30s in western Maryland. Most of us are in the mid to upper 40s for Baltimore down through Annapolis. This is about as warm as we get today, so our temperatures will stay in the 40s. And over the next couple of hours, those numbers staying in the 40s out for your morning drive, which again, the morning will be dry, but the evening a little bit more on the wet side. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Happening today, disgraced attorney Alec Murdaugh will be sentenced. He was convicted of murdering his wife and son. In less than 3 hours of deliberating yesterday, a South Carolina jury found Murdaugh guilty of 2 counts of murder and weapons possession. The courtroom watching in silence as police handcuffed and escorted the 54-year-old away. The panel's decision follows a grueling 6-week trial and testimony from nearly 80 witnesses. That includes Murdaugh himself.
I will make no comment now as to the extent or the overwhelming nature of the evidence, but certainly the verdict that you've reached is supported.
And our criminal justice system worked tonight. It gave a voice to Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, who were brutally mowed down and murdered on the night of June 7th, 2021 by someone that they loved and someone that they trusted.
The state attorney general says they will not seek the death penalty, so Murdaugh faces the possibility of life in prison without parole. He faces about 100 other charges for various financial crimes. That includes fraud, stealing millions from clients, and a botched life insurance scheme.
It's been hard to find that, any sort of peace lately.
27 years later, a family is still searching for answers. A look into Baltimore County's longest unsolved case on file. Plus, a major recall alert this morning, what Ford owners need to know about their vehicles. And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. Washington spending your hard-earned money. We're going to expose wasteful government spending in our Waste of the Week this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, TW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. A recall alert for you this morning. Ford is recalling nearly 100,000 Ranger pickup trucks due to faulty airbag inflators. The faulty front seat passenger inflators were put into 2004 and 2006 models. Dealers will inspect and replace these inflators as needed. Ford says no injuries or deaths have been reported relating to the new recall. All right, take a look at these images captured by the Hubble telescope. It shows a collision between a spacecraft and an asteroid. That spacecraft was designed in part by teams at Johns Hopkins University. Scientists deliberately made the two collide, practicing the event of humankind has tried to attempt to deliver an asteroid headed toward Earth. The initial impact was successful, knocking the asteroid off its course. Trending this morning, they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but a group of college students in Wisconsin beg to differ. Check this out. It's a class called Animal Behavior, in which students try to learn how much dogs learn from observing humans. Experiments include having dogs find treats under one of 3 buckets after seeing cognitive clues like finger pointing or seeing someone put a treat in the bucket. Then the dog has to discern which bucket is the right choice.
A lot of dogs that have a high pack drive or prey drive or are working dogs, they'll often look at an owner and then go directly to solve that task. And it turns out that those dogs are better than chimpanzees at recognizing how well humans communicate to each other.
Students are also looking into whether age has an impact on how well a dog performs. A bright spot for you this morning that's better than some chillin' chinchillas. Okay. This cute picture coming to us from our friends at the Maryland Zoo. The 2 chinchillas pictured here are actually twins. Applesauce and sassafras chinchillas reach full maturity at about 8 pounds, and they're preparing for mating season, which usually lasts about May to November. Aw.
They were in here.
And we had them in here. I must have missed that. All right, well, meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at your rainy Friday.
Applesauce and sassafras.
I like it.
Yeah, it's the name of a new show. It's on Fox coming up in 2024.
Are you writing it?
Yeah, I'm writing it right now.
All right.
It's comedy.
Can I get on it?
Yeah, it'll be good. Applesauce and sassafras, yeah. Cool. All right, taking a look outside right now. We are starting off with the conditions that are very calm at this time over our Towson camera. Not much to show you right now. Our temperatures continue to stay into the 40s at this time. 46 your current number in Towson. Not much in the way of wind at this time. And taking a look at what's going on with our HD radar. Well, it's very quiet as well. We are seeing some winter weather advisories in parts of western Maryland, including an ice storm warning for parts of Garrett County. But overall, our HD radar, we are seeing some of those showers that are continuing here to the south and to the west of us. Those are going to start moving in by the time we get to the midday today. So on your Rise and Shinecast, numbers are mainly in the 40s over the next couple of hours. Overall, those temperatures are going to stay in the 40s throughout the afternoon for today. So upper 30s and lower 40s, that's about it. It's going to be a colder afternoon with those rain showers that'll move in across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Numbers in Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those low to mid 40s as well. On your temperature tracker, today we're going to be below average, but starting tomorrow and even into the weekend and next week, we go right back above average and have a nice little spike with those numbers back into the lower 60s for Monday and Tuesday of next week. So here's a look at our future scan. We are going to see those showers move in by midday. First half of the day, and basically most of our commute is going to be dry, but you'll see those showers through the middle part of the afternoon. And then another round of the heavier rain comes about 9-10 o'clock tonight. Then that wind is going to pick up. All of that rain moves out of here, and that wind is going to be strong, especially tomorrow morning. By tomorrow afternoon, that wind starts to die down just a little bit, and Sunday actually doesn't look too bad at all. In fact, we've got a nice ridge of high pressure sliding in with calm conditions as we head toward Monday and Tuesday of next week, also staying dry. Here's an update on your holiday countdown. We are just 9 days until we spring forward, so it's next weekend that we do the time change. 2 weeks from today is St. Patty's Day, and we're 17 days out from the spring equinox. All right, here's a look at that 7-day forecast for you. Numbers here in the 40s today, back to the 50s tomorrow. Again, windy conditions, but drier as we head into Sunday and Monday next week. We stay dry as well, with numbers going back up. Back to you.
All right, now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. A live look at your cameras around the Baltimore region. Not a lot of volume here at 449. We'll update you throughout the morning. Let's check in with Mass Transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning to you.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. The commute start is a good one out there for your ride. On transit, you'll find light rail link on time in both directions. Metro subway link showing no delays or difficulties. On the MARC system, some minor delays. We've got train 505 on the Penn line and Penn train 403, both running about 5 minutes late. The other trains are on time. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Art Jones.
The Maryland Auto Show is back, and we're giving you a chance to win tickets. All you got to do is wait for your cue to call in, and you could win 4 tickets valid for one of the days. Now, it's happening at the Baltimore Convention Center between March 10th and 12th. Keep watching for your chance to win. Get tickets or learn more at MarylandAutoShow.com.
And I think about her every day. I talk to her.
Frustration this morning as a murder case goes unsolved for 27 years. The efforts from a sister to get justice. Plus, leaders in Ohio calling out President Biden for his absence following the train derailment. What critics are saying. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, lawmakers in North Carolina announced an agreement to expand Medicaid eligibility. This deal marks a milestone for North Carolina as lawmakers there have debated over coverage expansion for the past decade. North Carolina is one of 11 states that has not adopted Medicaid expansion under the Affordable Care Act. The White House applauds the agreement and is urging the rest of the nation to do the same.
The president has been calling for all remaining states to expand Medicaid programs, and today North Carolina became the 40th state to answer that call. Expanding Medicaid improves quality of life for Americans, and we thank Governor Cooper and bipartisan work in North Carolina legislature to expand access to quality health care.
Lawmakers are expected to vote on this deal later this month. If it goes through, the state would start providing expansion coverage to people starting next January. A right-leaning nonprofit is accusing the Food and Drug Administration of illegally concealing records. America First Legal filed the lawsuit this week. It stems from a Freedom of Information Act request the group submitted in September. The group is seeking information on off-label use of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones in children. It claims the FDA has yet to answer the request. Sinclair Broadcast Group has reached out to the FDA for comment on this lawsuit, but we have not heard back. Tennessee becomes the first state passing a law to restrict public drag show performances. This law prohibits drag shows on public property or in venues where a child could see them. Republican lawmakers argue the new law protects children from being exposed to explicitly sexual images or themes, and advocates of the bill call it discriminatory against the LGBTQ community by likening drag shows to strip clubs. They argue the state already has laws restricting obscenity in front of children, as similar bills have been proposed in Texas, Arizona, Oklahoma, North Dakota, and Kansas. Continuing coverage this morning, the NTSB releasing new findings from the Ohio train derailment. They say the aluminum cover over the pressure relief valves melted on 3 of the 5 tank cars carrying vinyl chloride. That could have kept those valves from relieving pressure inside the tanks, preventing the explosion. The EPA has ordered Norfolk Southern to start testing for dioxins. The move is a response to residents' fears. The agency says its testing so far suggests low-chance dioxins were released from the derailment. Reporters asked President Biden about his response to this derailment and whether he plans to visit East Palestine. Here's what he had to say.
I've spoken with every official in Ohio, Democrat and Republican, on a continuous basis, as in Pennsylvania. I laid out a little bit in there what I think the answers are.
Biden there saying he has a plan and is working on getting legislation passed. East Palestine's mayor called it a slap in the face that Biden traveled to Ukraine but has not come to Ohio. The administration says the EPA Transportation Secretary and members of HHS have been on the ground at the president's direction. Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown said a visit from Biden may do more harm than good with all the protocols that need to be followed. The Pennsylvania man accused of packing explosives in a suitcase will be held without bond. 40-year-old Mark Muffley appeared in court by video yesterday. He's charged with trying to place an explosive on a plane. TSA discovered the device hidden in the lining of his check bag. His defense lawyer argued that he wanted to set off fireworks in Florida, the destination of his flight. Well, he says there's no evidence the device would have ignited itself. Officials believe heat or friction could have set it off. Following the war in Ukraine, the Kremlin accusing Ukraine of crossing into Russia and attacking villages. Kyiv is denying those claims, warning that Russia will use it to justify stepping up its own attacks. Russian President Vladimir Putin says Ukrainian terrorists deliberately targeted civilians and children and used it to bolster his resolve for the so-called special military operation. The Pentagon shot down the claims the U.S. was involved in these attacks.
I can say definitively that the notion of the U.S. providing intelligence or information to the Ukrainians to target locations inside Russia is nonsense. We are not at war with Russia, nor do we seek war with Russia. Our focus is purely on supporting Ukraine to defend itself.
Now, the war has largely ground to a stalemate over the winter, but the battle is playing out in Bakhmut. It's a key eastern stronghold. Ukraine is considering a strategic withdrawal, but that would be a rare gain for Russia and rupture Ukraine's supply lines.
A bill moving through the House to prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing felony murder charges. Coming up, how lawmakers are reacting to this bill.
The jury making a quick call on the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial. Reaction pouring in overnight as he awaits his prison sentence this morning.
Our temps are not bad right now, and we're tracking rain showers for later today. We'll talk about just how long the rain sticks around and how much colder our temperatures get as well. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
4:58 now this morning on Friday morning, March 3rd. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's been warning about some rain. How's this looking?
Not too bad. We're going to see the rain showers. It'll be later today, guys. 3-3-2-3 is the date.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that is the date. And It's National Anthem Day, which is why we have our red, white, and blue ready to go. Yeah, they made it the national anthem, of course, our national anthem from our flag that was right here at Fort McHenry back in 1931.
Francis Scott Key.
So that's exactly right. And we're going to take a look at our weather forecast here. Our weather authority looking out over downtown Baltimore right now. Overall, we've got calm conditions at this time, and most of us are waking up in the 40s this hour, as our temperatures will be quite a bit cooler for today than those 60s that we had yesterday. I know we had the cloud cover around, but our temperatures were still well above average. That's not going to be the case today. 43 Owens Mills, 42 Cockeysville and Towson, also 42 in Rosedale, 45 Essex, mid-40s for you in Brooklyn Park, out into Woodlawn at this hour. Our temperatures are actually, where they are right now, actually going to be colder as we head later into the afternoon. So we're tracking those rain showers that are moving in, cooler afternoon temperatures, but we do dry out for the weekend. So the rain's not going to stick around and mess up all of your weekend plans. Overall, Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Got a green light. Temperatures mainly in the 40s for the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
We're here calling on our colleagues to take action, to join us in taking action to stop violent crime.
Senator Justin Reedy right there, continuing our Session 2023 coverage as Baltimore City and other areas across the state see more juvenile offenders, and a bill now up for debate would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing felony murder charges.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with those proposed changes and how lawmakers in Annapolis are reacting to it. Shannon.
And Megan, this is a Democrat-sponsored bill moving through the House right now, but the debate against it, even from some Democrats, has been swift. In fact, take a look at this response that we got right here. Democrat Delegate Carl Jackson opposing the bill, saying, quote, "I believe that accountability must be at the center of any discussion regarding the criminal justice system." And even though the bill hasn't made its way to the Senate as of now, Republican Senator William Folden already calling the bill irresponsible in its approach to hold juveniles responsible for their criminal actions.
They know the difference between right and wrong. They just aren't being held accountable, and they don't care about right or wrong.
Yeah, if passed, House Bill 1180 would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing felony murder charges. That is in line with comments from our new Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services, Vincent Schiraldi. He has said that criminals should not be exposed to the adult justice system until they turn 21 or even 25. Now, Republican Delegate Christopher Boucher is supporting the bill, saying, quote, "If minors cannot consent to sex or sign contracts, why are we treating them as adults in the judicial system? I was a juvenile offender charged as an adult." Meanwhile, we continue to see juvenile crime increase across the state. In fact, just in the first 2 months of this year, we have seen close to 24 youths charged with either homicide, robbery, or a weapons-related charge.
Shannon,
Megan, Tom.
What is next for this bill then?
So like I mentioned, Megan, right now it is moving through the House. After that, it would have to go to the Senate if it does pass through the House before it could pass through both chambers. So, of course, we'll be following this very closely. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. We'll stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News, because coming up at 7:15, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates will be joining us live here in studio to discuss his proposed gun bill, which would raise the maximum penalty from 3 years to 5 years for people convicted of illegal gun possession or transport across the board.
We want you to join our question of the day. Are lawmakers in Annapolis taking the crime crisis seriously enough? Right now, 100% of those who have voted say no. You can make your voice heard by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Also in Annapolis, a new bipartisan bill would help in the fight against the drug epidemic. Now, Maryland is now recording more than 2,000 overdose deaths a year. If the bill becomes law, it would require hospitals conducting drug tests on overdose patients to include testing for fentanyl.
A new report by the University of Maryland's Center for Substance Abuse Research finds that most emergency departments are screening only 5% of overdose patients for fentanyl. And when fentanyl tests were conducted, positivity rates exceed 40%.
Hospitals do not automatically test for fentanyl in overdose cases. Those who have lost loved ones, though, to the drug say the test could have made a massive impact on their treatment.
The entire reason I even want to do this bill and want this bill to pass is so that someone else can be saved. This bill couldn't have saved Josh, but it really does have the potential to save so many other people. And if we can save one life is worth saving.
Proponents of the bill say increased testing could also provide more accurate data on the drug crisis and help ensure survivors can get on a path to recovery. Governor Wes Moore is backing the bill.
Even though it's been 27 years, I still, it feels like yesterday.
Continuing coverage this morning, 27 years after her twin sister was shot in the back of the head while sitting in her car in a parking lot on York Road. Jennifer Carreri is still struggling to understand who murdered her sister. According to police, a witness saw a 200-pound black man take an item from her car and drive away. Detectives failed to find a match for a fingerprint that was found in the victim's car. Carreri has spent the time since launching her own search for the killer, erecting billboards, offering six-figure rewards, and appearing on international media.
It boggles my mind how her case isn't solved. I mean, I feel the Boy Scouts could have solved her case day one. Family members shouldn't have to solve murders, you know. But I couldn't stand just standing, you know, just waiting for, you know, for nothing happening.
Detectives say it is the largest unsolved case file on record. In a statement from county police, they call the case, quote, an open investigation, and detectives believe someone has information that can solve the case. If you have any information, police ask that you call Metro Crime Stoppers. This morning, we could learn how long convicted killer Alec Murdaugh will spend in the South Carolina prison.
Taylor Stewart is in the live center this morning, breaking down the final moments of the trial and the jury's quick decision. Taylor.
That's right. Sentencing for Alec Murdaugh now set for 9:30 this morning, but it took the 12 jurors less than 3 hours to find him guilty. Prosecutors are now indicating they will not seek the death penalty, rather life in prison for the 54-year-old disgraced attorney. The relatively short deliberation period followed a lengthy trial that began late January. It included nearly 6 weeks of testimony from 75 witnesses, including Murdaugh himself. Ultimately, the jury found him guilty of shooting and killing his wife, Margaret, and their youngest son, Paul, in June of 2021.
It doesn't matter who your family is. It doesn't matter how much money you have or people think you have. If you break the law, if you murder, then justice will be done in South Carolina.
Murdaugh remained stoic while the verdict was read, only turning around once to mouth to his son, I love you, I'm sorry. That's his only surviving son, Buster. He was watching as his father left in handcuffs, wiping tears away.
It went on so long, and then to end so quickly today is kind of dramatic.
And you still feel for their family. You know, they still have to live with this even after this day is over.
Now, the defense left quickly, leaving that courthouse offering no comment, but we are told they plan to speak today after sentencing. That will begin at 9:30 again this morning. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Well, you have got to listen to daily episodes of our sister station's award-winning podcast, The Murdaugh Murders, Money and Mystery, highlighting the major developments each day that happened in court leading up to the verdict. You can scan the QR code on your screen or search Murdaugh anywhere you get your podcasts.
Incredible video released of a deadly crash and building collapse. Wait until you hear the sounds. Just ahead in our next half hour, the questions this new video is now raising about the police action.
And the mayor of College Park now in jail. Just ahead this morning, the laundry list of charges he's now facing.
Temperatures are mainly in the 40s right now. We're going to keep those 40s throughout the day today with more rain on the way as well. We'll break down that forecast for you coming up. 5:11 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast for your Friday morning. We're dry right now. We are tracking some rain showers that are to the south and to the west of us. You can see that there on our HD radars. We put that into motion. Even some storms that are going to be rolling through the mid-south here in the next couple of hours. We're not really tracking storms here, but the rain is going to move in as we get later into the morning. But our temps in the 30s and 40s right now. We'll keep those 40s around through the afternoon. We'll take a closer look at that full forecast for you coming up in a few.
Well, happening today in Highlandtown, the first Friday Art Walk.
You'll be able to visit 15 galleries and shops, checking out all kinds of work while also enjoying some sips and bites along the way. You'll also be able to meet some of the artists. The walk is free to attend. A map of the walk and all of the venues participating can be found on iHeartHighlandtown.com.
Permanent free meals coming to Baltimore County Public Schools. Just ahead, when the district will put the plan in place and how much it will cost you, the taxpayer.
And Ravens' Rashad Bateman calling out the general manager. Just ahead, the problems he's concerned about even in the offseason. It is 5:12 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.15 and topping your consumer news this Friday morning. Mortgage demand is down and now sitting at a near 3-decade low. And according to the Mortgage Bankers Association, applications down about 5.7% for the week ending February 24th. Rates were trending down after hitting 7% in November. Now they are on the climb again, with the average for a 30-year fixed rate last week at 6.5%. Last year, it was 3.89% on average. Reports suggest the Federal Reserve will continue hiking interest rates, putting even more pressure on those mortgage rates. Now, President Joe Biden is asking Congress to pay more than $1.6 billion to tackle historic levels of fraud from the massive government COVID pandemic relief programs. White House says the funding will give law enforcement the time to prosecute those cases. It would also serve as an investment into preventing future fraud by improving detection capabilities and recovering the stolen payments to help victims of theft. This is separate from House Republicans' efforts to investigate COVID fraud. Now, the federal watchdog estimates $5 billion were issued in potential fraudulent pandemic-related loans. Despite warnings from the IRS of lower tax returns this year, many Americans say they're relying on their refunds to stay afloat. That's according to a new bank rate survey. Survey shows roughly 75% of adults say this year's return is important to their financial situation, which is at about 10% higher than 2022. This year is the first time since the beginning of COVID pandemic that the federal government will not give out extra tax credits or stimulus payments. IRS says the average refund amount as of February 17th, $3,140. That's down 11% from last year.
Well, some major retailers say shoppers are cutting back on purchases of certain items. Companies such as Target, Best Buy, and Macy's say shoppers are moving away from electronic and apparel goods, and they're now focusing their spending on groceries and household basics. A drop in consumer spending could lead to more discounts at stores to help attract shoppers and to lower inventory. Several retailers are forecasting a decrease in sales this year due to a shift in consumer behavior. Meantime, a South Korean company, PetNow, has developed a new app to identify your pet. Like a human fingerprint, PetNow uses your dog or cat's unique nose print to identify their biometrics. The company hopes the app can replace traditional microchipping. A pet owner who is using the PetNow app can register their pet's face, so if the animal is lost, it can be identified through the app.
As humans have fingerprints, every dog and cat has its own unique nose print. So we use that as a pet ID. Nose print is actually a unique nose pattern on the nose, so it does not change in time, or it does not change in color. So it's a pattern, so you don't have to worry about the nose print.
According to the company, the app uses artificial intelligence to recognize the pet's biometrics and is currently over 98% accurate. Pretty interesting. All right, 5:18 on a Friday.
Yeah, Friday and yesterday afternoon, the sun was out. It felt really good, 60 degrees, but the wind was kind of keeping it a little bit colder yesterday. The feels like, right?
Exactly right, yeah. That's what we were talking about with that wind yesterday, the cloud cover. I didn't get a lot of sun where we live, at least in Middle River, but maybe you did, and maybe you saw that.
A little. My daughter had short sleeves on at lacrosse outside.
I mean, temps were in the 60s. We hit 64 officially, but yeah, with that wind, it was just not kind of feeling that way. Don't worry. We'll get you to some of those spring-like feels as we head later into early next week. That's what I'm kind of targeting. Even Sunday is looking pretty nice as we get into the second half of the weekend. But we have got to get through today and tomorrow as well. And let's talk about what's going on. Right now, everything is calm out over the Inner Harbor from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Officially, your number at BWI is 45. We're already seeing a little northeast wind, about 13 to 15 miles an hour. We are going to see that wind that's going to pick up later today as well as we track our next weather maker. Now, look at how quiet our HD radar is. You can see that radar sweep is pretty bored, but we do have a few watches and warnings. We've got a coastal flood watch here along areas in Annapolis and down through the southern parts of the Chesapeake. Meanwhile, ice storm warnings for Garrett and Allegheny County, and winter weather advisories as well for Allegheny County through this afternoon into the evening time. That area in purple right there, that's where we could pick up some light glaze and some icing conditions as this next weather maker rolls in. Now, notice it is still far to the south of us, starting to see a few showers in Roanoke and over toward Charleston, West Virginia, but the main brunt of this system is still over the mid-south, and that's where they actually have tornado watches posted. I was there in Nashville 3 years ago today. It was not a fun morning because we had that tornado outbreak that was there. So they are basically watching the potential for some severe weather in that part of the country, and all of that's going to be tracking toward us in the next couple of hours. All we are going to get out of this is rain, but you can see by 9 a.m. our hourly future scan keeping those clouds around for us today. The rain showers start to move in by midday today. That's when we'll see some of the moderate to heavy rain rolling through the area. We'll get a little bit of a break in the later part of the afternoon, about 4 or 5 o'clock, and then another round of the heavier rain into that 9 and 10 o'clock hour for us for tonight. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, we'll be dry this morning, but make sure they have the rain gear ready to go for the afternoon. And those temperatures are only staying in the 40s. So we're done with the 60s, at least for now. It is going to be a cold rain that we'll deal with later this afternoon. And some of you may see even some sleet kind of mixed in there later today, depending on where you live. We're windy tomorrow, but temps will be warmer into the afternoon with 50s, upper 50s. Sunday looks great, even Monday and Tuesday. Got lower 60s with nice, calm conditions. Meg?
It's pretty good. Well, check this out, Justin. This was the scene yesterday for Jennifer. She had some sun soaking it up out there, and she sent us this picture of her newest family member. Ridiculously cute. This is Vegas, enjoying some of that sunshine out there. As the spring weather starts to make an appearance here, we would love to see how you're enjoying it. You can scan the QR code on your screen. That's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and your videos. And this is all powered by Stackla.
Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network here and some of the cameras around the area. No issues to report around Baltimore at all. And now we want to get a look at your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there for your Friday stretch, you'll find train 505 on the Penn line and Camden train 841 with delays presently running about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel there. Out there on Light Rail Link, on-time service in both directions, no delays or issues, and Metro Subway Link checking in without delay between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Still ahead on the early edition, redistricting plans in Baltimore County causing chaos among parents. Why they say the move is unfair to families.
Dramatic footage from a deadly police chase being shown for the first time. Just ahead, where one expert says the police went wrong. You're watching Fox 45 News, early edition.
It is 5:25. Following our top stories in counties under pressure. First, the person killed in a crash in White Marsh last Friday has been identified as a Roseville Elementary School teacher. Ramel Summerlin, or Mr. Summerlin, to in a car turning left on White Marsh Boulevard when it collided with a car coming from the opposite direction. The school tweeted it is heartbroken. The Baltimore County Police Department crash team is still investigating. College Park Mayor Patrick Wooyan is handing in his resignation. He is facing 56 counts in a child pornography bust. Prince George's County Police served a warrant at his home Wednesday night, and he was arrested early yesterday morning. According to charging documents, the mayor had dozens of videos of young boys saved at his home. Neighbors completely stunned after hearing about the charges.
I've known him since he's moved into the neighborhood, since way before he became mayor, and I'm shocked.
It's extremely gross and appalling, and it makes me deeply upset that we elect such a person in power.
Police traced the videos to the mayor through a social media account. Investigators say he admitted to owning the account once police confronted him.
In Baltimore County, police need your help finding this 73-year-old woman. Take a moment to look at your screen. She's Sophia Tate Vroom. She was last seen yesterday morning in the Randallstown area, and we are told that she's about 5'5" and weighs about 150 pounds. If you have any information, you're asked to contact police right there at the number on your bottom of your screen. That's 410-307-2020.
Rain is set to move in. Still ahead this morning, the chilly temperatures that we could feel today.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition. It's Friday, March 3rd. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the weekend forecast for us.
Yeah, good morning, Tom, Megan. Good morning to all of you as well. We are tracking some rain showers here that are going to move in later this morning and into the afternoon as well. So we're starting off dry. No issues right here from our Mile 1 Auto Group camera in Towson in the traffic circle. You can see on our HD radar where that rain is. So it's still in southern Virginia, moving out of the mid-south. Got a couple of more hours before that rain actually gets to us. Temperature-wise, we're in the 40s for Baltimore out through Salisbury, almost 50 in Richmond, but only upper 30s in Cumberland. That's where we could see some winter weather in western Maryland. So mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours. Mr. Bowe says we are good to go. We'll track the rain, take you hour by hour, and let you know when it's going to impact you coming up in a few.
St. Clair, traveling at a high rate of speed. It looks like it's going to go southbound.
Turning now to a city in crisis. The tense moments leading up to a fatal police chase in Baltimore.
Security video and body camera footage from that deadly crash being shown now for the first time.
That footage shows the moments the fleeing suspects slam into a car before hitting a pedestrian, which we're not going to show, and then toppling a building.
Jen Lilly joining us live this morning with a deeper dive into what led up to this crash and why experts say the chase should not have even happened in the first place. Shannon?
Yeah, a former cop tells us, Tom, that this chase should not have happened because of what Baltimore police officers knew at the time of the chase. Well, unfortunately, it did happen, and it left one person dead, 5 others hurt. We want to get you back to that dramatic video, but first a warning, some of what you're about to see may be disturbing.
You just got a car, collapsed building just fell on it, north and Wolf. Get some units, call medics.
You're watching the high-speed chase of a stolen vehicle in East Baltimore. This was last month. That stolen car slamming into an unsuspecting driver and a pedestrian walking along North Avenue. Guns drawn, police rush in, but quickly realize it's a life-saving mission. One that former police officer Melissa Pinkleton says could have been prevented.
If it's for a traffic infraction, a property crime, in general, that should not even turn into a pursuit. In most departments in the country, they're not allowed to chase. Officers are not allowed to chase anymore for property crimes because of fatalities and injury accidents that have happened to innocent citizens over the years.
In fact, according to BPD's pursuit policy, pursuing a stolen car is prohibited if it is the initial violation. And in this video, one PBD officer can even be heard telling the others to stop the chase. So we have reached out to police to find out if there were any other circumstances aside from their pursuit policy that made these officers chase after this stolen vehicle. We also asked if any officers involved in this chase have been disciplined. We have not heard back. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News Early Edition.
All right, Shannon, thank you. The new police video came just a day after the City Board of Estimates approved a $6 million settlement, which with the estate of a man killed in a chase involving gun trace task force officers. It was a similar situation where a car being pursued crashed into another car unrelated to the investigation. The breaking up of the disgraced gun trace task force resulted in top to bottom reviews of the department, including vehicle pursuit policies.
5:33, and turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Some Baltimore County parents up in arms over redistricting plans that would build a brand new middle school, but it would impact nearly a dozen other schools. Of 4 proposed plans, only one keeps the area's elementary school students attending nearby Pine Grove Middle School. But distance isn't the only issue, considering many students are still catching up after a long period of pandemic homeschooling.
There's nothing wrong with the schools or the communities. It just feels like the goal that we've been told by BCPS is to keep historical communities together. This sort of just destroys ours. Our kids are finally getting their legs under them. They're finally getting relationships going again.
Now, Baltimore County Public Schools says its redistricting committee is still finalizing the plans, and they are offering a number of opportunities for parental input, starting with 2 public information sessions scheduled for next week.
Anne Arundel County is also working on redistricting plans. The school system there released an online tool for members of the public to comment and review 2 different potential scenarios. Leaders there say the changes are necessary to balance enrollment in its schools and open new ones. For more information, you can head to foxbaltimore.com.
Well, Baltimore County schools, the public schools, also announcing a plan to provide free breakfast and lunch for all students beginning this fall. Need-based free meals are already available and have been for some time, but this new program will take out the process of collecting applications to see who qualifies for free meals. And this will cost millions. Now, for more information, it will be available once the Maryland Department of Education releases eligibility data in April.
Turns out Charm City isn't alone when it comes to students underperforming. A Project Baltimore report revealing that in 23 public city schools, of those students tested, 0 were proficient in math. Minnesota-based think tank, the Center of the American Experiment, analyzed last year's statewide scores, finding 19 schools in a similar situation. no students who took exams at those public schools were proficient in math. The Department of Education's national report card released in the fall showed that no state saw math improvements among 4th or 8th grade graders last year. Fox 45 News will continue to press city leaders on the failures within our schools here in Baltimore City. You can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, 5:36, and later this morning, we expect to learn the fate of Alec Murdaugh, after he was found guilty of murdering his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul.
Taylor Stewart in our live center now as we wait for the sentence. Taylor.
That's right. Murdaugh was seen leaving the courthouse yesterday, just minutes after that verdict was read, and lawyers for several of Murdaugh's financial victims had already predicted his fate. Now, after just 3 hours of deliberating, the jury found Murdaugh guilty of murder, and the prosecution released with the outcome.
I would not be surprised if he gets life without parole. And at that point, now you've got 90 some odd financial crimes. People say allegedly Alec did it. Alec stole these people's money. He betrayed their trust, whether it was going to cost them their life or not.
Now, Judge Clifton Newman denying the defense's motion for a mistrial, saying there has been, quote, an overwhelming amount of testimony and evidence presented to the jury. Take a listen.
And our criminal justice system worked tonight. It gave a voice to Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, who were brutally mowed down and murdered on the night of June 7th, 2021 by someone that they loved and someone that they trusted.
We are told the defense does plan to speak today after sentencing. Again, that's going to begin at 9:30 this morning Eastern time. We'll be sure to monitor that here, bring it to you live on air. That's the latest here from the live desk.
It's been hard to find that, any sort of peace lately.
27 years later, and a family still searching for answers. A look into Baltimore County's largest unsolved case file on record.
Maryland lawmakers looking for ways to solve the drug epidemic. Now, still ahead this morning, the bill that could require more testing for people who overdose.
Plus, a cold and wet start to the weekend. Our Weather Authority team tracking our next weather maker and when it clears out. 5:38 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Welcome back. 5:40 is your time. We're 20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock now on your Friday morning, getting into our first weekend of March. Temps right now mainly in the 30s and 40s. This is about it for today in terms of our highs, because our temps are going to be very steady going through the day with the rain showers that are going to be picking up. Definitely colder than where it's been the last couple of days, but we are drying out nicely as we head into the rest of the weekend. So overall, your morning drive is going to be dry. No issues here on your morning commute. Those showers really don't start to begin until about 10 or 11 o'clock, and then will be an issue for your evening commute. We'll take you through it hour by hour coming up in just a few.
If I had an answer, that means I would probably have some better receivers, I guess. We keep trying. We've never really hit on that all-pro type of guy, which is disappointing, I would say. But it's not for lack of effort. We're going to just keep swinging, and hopefully at one of these points we'll hit the ball out of the park.
Those comments by Ravens general manager Eric DeCosta at the NFL Combine, not sitting well with Ravens wide receiver Rashad Bateman.
He voiced his frustration on Twitter in a now deleted tweet. He said in part, "How about you play to your players' strength and stop pointing the finger at us at 8? Blame the one you let do this." He then added, "Keep players healthy, care about them, and see what happens." While Bateman has missed a significant amount of time the last 2 seasons, he has shown a ton of potential when he's healthy.
What did Puxatawny Phil say? We were supposed to have 6 more weeks of winter or something? Yeah, I guess we're getting it.
Wicked weather still impacting thousands of residents in California. The area is being hit the hardest, and when the systems finally roll out.
And making moves against TikTok. Still ahead this morning, the new deadline to remove TikTok from federal devices. It is 5:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:45, and we continue following the wicked winter weather in California.
A major winter storm still lingering over much of the West. Check this out. This is just days after a different system brought high winds and massive snowfall to multiple states. Among the hardest hit, San Bernardino County, just east of LA. On Monday, officials declared a local emergency still in effect as stranded residents deal with property damage and swindling supplies.
Plowing is going to continue over the course of the next several days, upwards of a week, back into some of our communities. We need our residents to help take care of each other.
Farther north, heavy snowfall has completely closed Yosemite National Park. What you're seeing there, 15 feet of snow falling in some areas, making most roads impassable, as you can see. But some park rangers say that's not necessarily a bad thing.
What we always like is a big snowpack, and that's cold, because what happens, we kind of look at it like a bank. You know, you bank all the snow up in the high country, and then in the warm weather, the water comes down.
Interesting. So all that snow and wind are keeping utilities pretty busy. About 80,000 customers in California are still without power as crews work to restore service and in warmer areas.
Well, check this out. The heavy snowfall, though, causing the roof of a Southern California grocery store to just collapse. That's what you're looking at there, destroying any chance residents had of getting some supplies. Stores reportedly empty at the time of the collapse, so there was no supplies in it, and no one was injured, thankfully.
Well, here in Maryland, we're coming off a beautiful spring-like day, taking a live look across the state here this morning. We will not be as warm today. In fact, we could see possibly a wintry mix in some areas.
Let's find out. Let's ask this guy right here, Justin Chambers, meteorologist extraordinaire.
Exactly right. We're seeing western Maryland. That's where we're going to see the potential for some ice developing later this afternoon with that winter weather advisory. We're all just going to see a cold rain here.
Going back to what the park ranger said about the banking the snowfall.
Snowpack, so
our bank
important.
accounts are empty.
We got nothing.
Right? Yeah. Is this going to mean possible drought?
It's very possible. It's very possible. But we've had a lot of rain. That's the thing. Good. So our rain is good. Like our soil's good. Like, we haven't been abnormally dry. We don't need the snowpack here. What they need up in the west is in the mountains is, all that snow in the Rockies and the Sierra Nevada. And then as they get that snow runoff here into the springtime, that's what helps fill the aquifers and the reservoirs and makes things a lot nicer going forward. In fact, that drought situation in California basically wiped out from November through February because of all of the snow and the rain that they're getting there. Meanwhile, for us, we remain very dry at this time. We're definitely tracking more rain showers as we get into the afternoon today. And right now, our temperature at 45 degrees at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Our numbers here on the right side of your screen, a lot of us are going to stay in the 40s throughout most of the day today. So definitely colder than yesterday. Notice on our HD radar, it's very quiet right now, but those areas in purple and dark purple, the ice storm warning for Garrett and Allegheny counties through later tonight. That's where we could see some ice accumulation and even winter weather advisories for Allegheny County. So if you are traveling, or if you have friends or family, or if you got houses up there in western Maryland, just know that winter weather is moving in. As for us, we're still tracking that rain. It's well to the south of us down near Roanoke and the parts of the Carolinas. The brunt of this system, or the kind of center of that, is over the mid-south right now, where we have the potential for some severe weather developing. Tornado watches posted up through Middle Tennessee and Kentucky, even into southern Illinois at this time. So what's going to happen with us? Well, our hourly future scan, we stay dry. This is through 9 o'clock this morning, keeping the cloud cover around. The rain not really moving in until after about 11 o'clock and through noon today. That's when we'll really see those rain showers, even those areas in yellow where we could see some light to moderate rain into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. We get a bit of a break later today, but still will be a wet commute for your drive home. And then later tonight, the heavier rain is going to roll in. And it's going to be a cold rain, too, because temperatures aren't doing much. They're staying mainly in the 40s. So as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, temperatures mainly staying in the 40s here for this morning. Sun comes up at 6:37, goes to bed after 6 o'clock now as we get closer to 12 hours of day and night with the spring equinox around the corner. To upper 30s for some of you later today, and overall low to mid 40s. So temperatures not doing much. You can see they are going to go back up tomorrow. We start tomorrow morning very windy. That wind is going to be strong on Saturday morning. Through the afternoon, it will start to taper off with a high of 54. Upper 50s Sunday, and actually lower 60s with calm conditions into Monday and Tuesday of next week.
All right, thank you, Justin. Here's a live look from our Len Stoller mobile track on the outer loop, traveling through the Woodlawn area there. Not bad at all. That typically gets a little bit more congested in about an hour. So look at this, wide open roads for you. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Friday, Mark.
Happy Friday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 511 operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for travel. Light rail link right on time if that's your ride. No delays or issues. And Metro Subway looking good in both directions of that service for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thanks, Mark.
President Biden could be preparing to issue his first veto. I'm Christine Frizzell in Washington. I'll tell you what this bill, which had some Democratic support, was all about.
Sentencing for Alec Murdaugh is happening today. How long he could spend behind bars after a jury finds him guilty of killing his wife and son. It is 5:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. $5:54 and making headlines this morning. We are taking you live to the White House here this morning, where President Joe Biden is set to issue the first veto of his presidency.
This after two Democrats joined Senate Republicans to pass a House bill overturning a Biden administration rule on investing.
St. Clair national correspondent Christine Frizzell breaks down what this debate is all about.
The back and forth battle over how your money can and should be invested coming to a head on Capitol Hill.
He's at it again. President Biden's war on America's energy continues.
You all talk a good game about how government should not be picking winners and losers. Why do you all keep picking losers?
President Biden expected for the first time to veto a bill passed both in the House and the Senate that blocks a rule his administration enacted, which allows money managers to consider climate change and other environmental, social, and governance factors, also known as ESG, when making financial investments on behalf of clients.
It doesn't say you must invest in ESG. All that the Biden administration says is you can, if you want to.
A recent survey by Schroders found 87% of their plan participants want investments to be aligned with their values. Supporters of the rule say it's not just for so-called woke causes.
If you manage a retirement plan for a faith-based organization and you want to make sure you are investing in accordance with your client's faith, that too would be ESG investing.
The Biden rule was in response to one from former President Trump, which put restrictions on fiduciaries in considering any outside social or environmental factors when making investments.
If you're a retirement fund manager, you ought to have exactly one objective: to maximize value, to maximize the dollar value of the accounts of the retirees whose accounts you're managing.
Democrats John Tester and Joe Manchin joined Senate Republicans in supporting the bill, which they say takes investment away from oil and gas at a time more is needed.
If we as a nation are not energy secured, if we have to depend on foreign supply chains, if we're not able to help our allies in need, we will not remain the superpower of the world.
The attempt to overturn the rule, part of the GOP war on woke, a war they've made clear is just getting started. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
Well, elsewhere on Capitol Hill, President Joe Biden says he will not veto a GOP-backed bid to repeal D.C.'s new crime law.
The law in question overhauls how the nation's capital prosecutes and punishes crime and includes softer penalties for offenses like carjackings.
House Republicans passed a resolution last month blocking the overhaul, claiming the changes will add to the crime in the city.
It's an argument the president agrees with, but critics see his support as detrimental to D.C.'s push for statehood.
The president still thinks that D.C. should become the 51st state. That is something that he has supported for decades, not just these last couple of years. But he feels as president, he has the obligation as well to keep America's cities safe, to keep communities safe.
Now, the resolution is poised to clear the Senate on a bipartisan basis. If Biden signs the measure, it will allow Congress to nullify D.C.'s laws for the first time in more than 3 decades.
Meanwhile, Republicans on Capitol Hill spent the time bashing the Washington, D.C. establishment during the Conservative Political Action Conference.
I wonder sometimes how some people in Washington, D.C. actually made it through the birth canal.
Every day the Schumer Senate is not in session is a day they're not destroying America.
They've got to be put on notice. They've got to be quaking in fear. They've got to be worried. They've got to be losing weight because they're not eating, because they're worried that they're going to end up going to jail.
While those attendees had their moment, this year's CPAC is missing some notable names. House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, just to name a few.
DeSantis will be at a different GOP event put on by Club for Growth.
Embattled Republican Congressman George Santos officially under investigation by the House Ethics Committee.
Bipartisan leaders of the committee say the probe seeks to find out whether the New York representative violated campaign finance law, violated federal conflict of interest laws, and or engaged in sexual misconduct toward an individual looking for a job with his office.
Santos has removed himself from committee assignments, but has refused to step down despite calls from New York Republicans.
A partisan split over public safety. Coming up, the ongoing debate in Annapolis over a new crime bill.
The mayor of College Park now facing child pornography charges. How police say they were able to track him down online.
Disgraced South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh is convicted of murder of his wife and son. Why prosecutors say the verdict sends a powerful message, and the major developments happening today at 9:30.
Our temperatures are not too bad right now. We're going to keep those colder temperatures today and rain moving in as well. We'll track it for you right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 6 o'clock on this Friday morning, March 3rd, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers as we head into a weekend.
That's right. First weekend of the brand new month, guys, and first weekend of meteorological spring as well. We are seeing some more spring rain showers that'll be around as we head into the afternoon. But look at this shot right now. You look out in Towson and you can see almost clear skies with a few clouds hanging around. Overall, the first half of the day will be just fine. Temperatures a little cool. Right now, we are seeing a lot of us in the 40s, even some 30s as well. The rain is still a ways away. You can see all of that rain in parts of the Mid-South and areas just to the south of us as well. But more of that rain will continue to move in as we head toward the middle of the day. Temps as you wake up with us, 30s and 40s right now. So we will see those rain showers moving in with colder afternoon temps, but we dry out nicely for the second half of the weekend.
Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and seeing some of the cameras around the area here. No issues to report. In fact, it looks like all the roads moving along just fine.
You've seen in the city of Baltimore is they have thrown out a prosecutor that refused to hold people accountable. We just saw the mayor of Chicago thrown out of office because she's not addressing violent crime. And so you ask, what's the difference between last year and this year? Well, people are starting to lose elections.
Continuing your Session 2023 coverage here this morning.
As Baltimore City and other areas all across the state see more juvenile offenders, a bill is now up for debate that would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing felony murder charges.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live here this morning with that proposed bill and how lawmakers in Annapolis are now reacting to it. Shannon.
Yeah, this is a Democrat-sponsored bill, Megan, that is now moving its way through the House. But the debate against it, even amongst some Democrats, has been swift. In fact, take a look at this response that we got from Democrat delegate Carl Jackson opposing the bill, saying, quote, "I believe that accountability must be at the center of any discussion regarding the criminal justice system." And even though the bill hasn't made its way to the Senate as of now, Republican Senator William Folden already calling the bill irresponsible in its approach to holding juveniles responsible for their criminal actions.
They know the difference between right and wrong. They just aren't being held accountable, and they don't care about right or wrong.
Now, if passed, House Bill 1180 would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing felony murder charges. That is in line with comments from our new Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services, Vincent Schiraldi. In fact, Schiraldi has said that criminals should not be exposed to the adult justice system until they turn 21 or even 25. Now, Republican delegate Christopher Boucher is actually supporting the bill, saying, quote, "If minors cannot consent to sex or sign contracts, why are we treating them as adults in the judicial system? I was a juvenile offender charged as an adult." Meanwhile, we continue to see violent crimes among juveniles at a rise in this state. In fact, just in the past 2 months, in the first 2 months of the year, Megan and Tom, we have seen close to 24 juveniles charged with either homicide, robbery, or a weapons charge.
So, Shannon, what's next for the bill then?
So as I mentioned, Megan, right now it is still moving through the House. So we would have to pass through the House before it moves over to the Senate. And then once it moves to the Senate, it could then pass in both chambers. So, of course, we're going to be following this very closely. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
6:03, and stay right here with Fox 45 News all morning, because coming up at 7:15, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates will be joining us live here in studio to discuss his proposed gun bill, which would raise the maximum penalty from 3 years to 5 years for anyone convicted, any adult convicted of illegal gun possession or transportation across the board.
We want you to join our question of the day. Are lawmakers in Annapolis taking the crime crisis seriously enough? Right now, as you take a look, 99% of those who have weighed in say no. You can make your voice heard by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Well, elsewhere in your Session 2023 coverage, a new bipartisan bill would help in the fight against the drug epidemic. Maryland is now recording more than 2,000 overdose deaths per year. If the bill becomes law, it would require hospitals conducting drug tests and overdose patients to include testing for fentanyl.
A new report by the University of Maryland's Center for Substance Abuse Research finds that most emergency departments are screening only 5% of overdose patients for fentanyl. And when fentanyl tests were conducted, positivity rates exceed 40%.
Currently, hospitals do not automatically test for fentanyl if patients come in for suspected overdose cases. Those who lost loved ones to the drug say that the test could have a massive impact on treatment.
The entire reason I even want to do this bill and want this bill to pass is so that someone else can be saved. This bill couldn't have saved Josh, but it really does have the potential to save so many other people And if we can save one life is worth saving.
Proponents of the bill say increased testing could also provide more accurate data on the drug crisis and help ensure survivors can get on a path to recovery.
This morning, we could learn how long convicted killer Alec Murdaugh will spend in a South Carolina prison.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning breaking down the final moments of the trial.
That's right. Sentencing for Alec Murdaugh now set for 9:30 this morning. It took the jurors just less than 3 hours to find him guilty. Prosecutors are now indicating they will seek life in prison, but not the death penalty for the disgraced 54-year-old attorney. Now, the relatively short deliberation period followed a lengthy trial. It began late January, included nearly 6 weeks of testimony from 75 different witnesses. That includes Murdaugh himself. Ultimately, the jury found him guilty of shooting and killing his wife, Margaret, and their youngest son, Paul, in June of 2021.
It doesn't matter who your family is. It doesn't matter how much money you have or people think you have. If you break the law, if you murder, then justice will be done in South Carolina.
Now, Murdaugh was relatively stoic while that verdict was read, turning around only once to mouth, "I love you, I'm sorry," to his only surviving son, Buster. Buster watched his father leave in handcuffs as he wiped tears away.
It went on so long, and then to end so quickly today is kind of dramatic.
And you still feel for their family. You know, they still have to live with this even after this day is over.
The defense left the courthouse relatively quickly, saying nothing yesterday, but we are told they will plan to speak today after sentencing. Again, that begins at 9:30. We'll be following that here for you at the Live Center. Back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. Newly released footage of a deadly crash following a police chase in East Baltimore. Why one police analyst says that the chase should not have even happened.
Who killed Jody LaCornu? Almost 30 years later, Baltimore County Police are asking for your help as Jody's twin sister shares her own efforts to seek justice.
We're not seeing the rain yet, but you can see it here on our HD radar moving closer to us as we get after the break and talk a little bit more about weather in a few minutes. We'll tell you about when that rain's going to impact you. You are watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all morning.
Turning now to counties under pressure. The person killed in a crash in White Marsh last Friday has been identified as a Roseville Elementary School teacher. Ramel Summerlin, or Mr. Summerlin to the Roseville third graders, was in a car turning left on White Marsh Boulevard when he collided with a car coming from the opposite direction. The Baltimore County Police Department crash team is still investigating.
College Park Mayor Patrick Wuhan is resigning as he's facing 56 counts in a child pornography bust. Prince George's County Police serving a warrant at his home Wednesday night. He was arrested early Thursday morning. According to those charging documents, the mayor had dozens of videos of young boys saved at his home. And neighbors were completely stunned after hearing about these charges.
I've known him since he's moved into the neighborhood, since way before he became mayor, and I'm shocked.
It's extremely gross and appalling, and it makes me deeply upset that we elect such a person in power.
Police traced the videos to the mayor through a social media account. Investigators say he admitted to owning the account once police confronted him.
Now in Baltimore County, police need your help finding this 73-year-old woman. Take a moment to look at your screen. Her name is Sophia Tate Vroom. She was last seen yesterday morning in Randallstown area. We're told she's about 5'5", weighs about 150 pounds. If you have any information on her whereabouts, you are asked to contact police right there at the bottom of your screen. We posted that number, 410-307-2020.
Parents in Baltimore County up in arms this morning over potential school redistricting plans. The options currently on the table and why the changes have parents so frustrated.
Mindless scrolling or a major threat to your private information. What the U.S. and Canada are doing to try and protect their government officials. 6:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We've been very clear that TikTok, poses a problem and an issue. And so we have concerns about that as it relates to Americans' data, collecting Americans' data, and the potential national security risk. And we've been very, very clear on that.
The White House now telling federal agencies they have 30 days to remove TikTok, which is owned by Chinese company ByteDance, from all government-issued devices. The directive comes amid renewed tensions between China and the U.S. This morning, political commentator Armstrong Williams joining us live to weigh in on this. Armstrong, good morning.
Good morning, Megan.
You know, China's foreign ministry already responding, saying that the U.S. is, quote, abusing national power, and then went on to say they're using unreasonably suppressing enterprises of other countries. What do you think of that? Is there truth to it?
I don't know if many people are aware of TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, which uses this TikTok user data to share with Chinese authoritarian government. You know, what's fascinating is that the White House, Congress, and half of the military and half of the United States has already banned TikTok amid concerns about ByteDance. There is no question that they use this to share data. But I think what's even more dangerous about TikTok that we should be concerned about is how it used fentanyl with a lot of the young people. To spread fentanyl across this country. And if you look at, if you connect fentanyl with TikTok, a lot of these young people are on there, and many of them are just dropping dead from using marijuana, heroin, and these other drugs that have been spiked. And so it is of great concern. And even the European Union ban TikTok from employees. And remember, this is just for government employees. They're not saying for private industry. I think the government, to protect our data, to protect our secrecy, absolutely they're doing the right thing. You cannot trust the Chinese.
Let me ask you this. We're seeing Canada taking similar action as well for their government employees. Is this going to create more tension? I know you say you can't trust them, but you know, what does this do when it comes to trying to get along with one another?
Well, listen, when you look at Airbnb, Yahoo, and LinkedIn, they have been leaving China a sort of downsizing operations there because of Beijing. Remember, they have these strict privacy laws that specifically says how companies can collect and store data. So they already know there's something very uneasy and something very corrupting about this. I think Chinese calling this sort of censorship and banning them. They know exactly what they're doing. They're collecting data. They're using that data, and they're using that data with people's private history to collect data to use against them. It's very dangerous.
So I think the next question is, what kind of information are they getting from TikTok, too? Because when you look at that site, you know, it doesn't seem like a whole lot that China might be interested in. What is it that they want from that?
Just keep this in mind. I think this was last December when ByteDance collected they fired 4 employees who accessed data on the journalists BuzzFeed News and the Financial Times. Guess what? While attempting to track down the source of the leaked report about the company TikTok, they were fired. And so they get their personal data, they get their personal history, they track their behavior, and they use their behavior patterns to put certain apps and certain things in the data that they know that people are attracted to. It's manipulation. It's like it's a herding mentality. They know exactly what people's patterns are, and they can use that against them, and they do.
And that's pretty valuable stuff there. Armstrong Williams, thanks for weighing in. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Megan.
6:18 on a Friday morning. That's right. We're looking for the weekend. Will you be indoors, outdoors? Let's find out.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, we're seeing, I mean, that shot's fabulous.
Yeah, it sure is. Thank you. It's because I'm standing right here.
Oh, is that why?
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The shot behind me, Megan. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Why don't we just bring Jonathan back? Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam right now. We are looking at a beautiful shot. It is really pretty. The wind has picked up a little bit, too. Excuse me. And we are seeing some partly cloudy skies. You'll definitely have time today to do stuff outside. It's going to be later this afternoon and evening where you'll want the inside activities because that rain is rolling in. And we even have some winter weather that's going to be possible in western Maryland. We're all quiet on the western front right now for our HD radar, but the ice storm warning in Garrett and Allegheny counties, that goes until 11 o'clock tonight. Also, winter weather advisories there. That's where we could see some of that winter accumulating ice and icy conditions. Now, some of those rain showers, Charleston, West Virginia, down through Roanoke, so it's still to the south and to the west of us. As we head into the next couple of hours, we'll continue to track that warm front that is moving in. So we've got the temperatures that are going to stay cold ahead of that, and we've got that major winter weather maker and that storm weather maker, or the severe storm weather maker that's rolling through Tennessee and Kentucky right now. That's going to bring us the rain, but only the rain that we're talking about for for today. Notice our hourly future scan. We stayed dry through 9 o'clock this morning. Even through about 11 a.m., we're still dry, but the rain really starts picking up right around midday today. And notice those yellow areas. That's where we'll see some moderate to heavy rain right through the center of the day and into the later part of the afternoon. Could see some breaks here and there, but overall kind of a steady rain, and then more of that heavy rain rolls into that 8, 9, and 10 o'clock hour for us tonight. And the wind is also going to pick up. We'll see an easterly wind here as we take you through the afternoon. Really seeing some windy conditions later tonight, and then that wind is going to shift right behind that front, and we'll see more of a westerly wind. So it will be a windy start to your Saturday, but we will dry out nicely and eventually see temperatures that will be warmer. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, just make sure they are prepared for when you pick them up. That's when we'll see the rain showers developing into that 2, 3, and 4 o'clock hour for the afternoon. So 40s is it. That's all we're going to see for our temperatures for today. Overnight lows into the 40s as well, but we're right back to the mid-50s on Saturday. Sunday looks great. A lot less wind, and Sunday and Monday, even Tuesday of next week, we're talking upper 50s and lower 60s with mainly calm conditions. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a live look from our Len Stoller mobile track here this morning. Right now, we're headed on 295 going north, and pretty nice traveling out there right now. No major issues to report. Let's check in with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Megan. Good morning. Out there right now, you'll find on the MARC train system, Penn train 511 and Camden train 845, both running about 5 minutes late. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the commute start. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, it's keeping to the schedule in both directions, and Metro Subway Link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Maryland Auto Show is back, and you have a chance to win tickets to go and check it out on us. All you have to do, wait for your cue to call, and then you can win 4 tickets valid for 1 day at the Maryland Auto Show.
It is happening at the one and only Baltimore Convention Center between March 10th and the 12th. All you have to do is keep watching for your chance to win. Get tickets or learn more at MarylandAutoShow.com.
Shocking new video of a police chase in East Baltimore ending in a deadly crash. Why one law enforcement analyst says the pursuit should have ended sooner.
And many Americans relying on their tax returns to stay afloat financially. Why the IRS is warning people to not get their hopes up. 6:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
predicted to end low today following an eventful Thursday for the market. The Dow gaining 300 points, NASDAQ and S&P both posting modest gains. Investors have been nervous, though, about expected rate increases to try and curb the inflation.
Several big retailers report consumers are changing the way they shop amid high inflation.
Stores like Target, Best Buy, and Macy's say Americans are spending less on discretionary goods like clothing and electronics.
And instead, consumers are redirecting money toward groceries and household basics. The slowdown on discretionary spending could prompt discounts on those items as stores look to lower their inventory. Despite warnings from the IRS on lower tax returns this year, many Americans say they are relying on their refund to stay afloat.
And that's according to a new bank rate survey. The survey showing roughly 75% of adults say this year's tax return is important to their financial situation, about 10% higher than 2022.
The IRS says the average refund amount as of February 17th is $3,140. That's down 11%, though, from last year.
Rain showers, colder temperatures for your Friday, but look at this sunrise right now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know when things will dry up ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Dramatic footage from a deadly police chase being shown for the first time. Coming up, where one expert says officers went wrong. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
It is 6:30, and I think probably one of our favorite times of the day as we see the sun comes up, and it's a beautiful one on this Friday, March 3rd. I'm Megan Gilland.
Tom Rogers and meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the temperatures, but take a look at some of the shots that we have for the sunrise this Friday morning.
Where's that at?
This looks like the waterfront, not far from Canton, is what it looks like to me.
All the way, yeah.
Oh, across
the
from the tank.
south
Okay,
end.
cool. Yeah. It is a really pretty shot. Look at the top of the Transamerica building, showing the sun coming up here in just a little bit. We're getting earlier sunrises and later sunsets. Our Towson camera also looking great. You look at all that and you think, oh man, today's going to be a great day, but we got some rain. Sorry, the fly in the proverbial ointment as we get into the middle part of the afternoon. Yes, I'm Debbie Downer. Also, Justin Chambers is my name as well. Our temperatures are not too bad. You can see our HD radar with those rain showers that are still well to the south and to the west of us. So we're going to stay dry for at least the next 3 or 4 hours before that rain really starts moving in. And temperatures 30s and 40s from Cumberland over to Baltimore out through Salisbury, 37 in Philadelphia and New York right now, 47 in Richmond. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Next couple of hours, low to mid 40s. No rain for your morning commute. It's the afternoon commute when that rain rolls in. And we're going to stay in the 40s today, guys. So definitely colder. We're back to the mid 50s tomorrow and even upper 50s on Sunday. So tomorrow and Sunday, wrapping up the weekend, looking pretty good. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
St. Clair, traveling at high rate of speed. It looks like it's going to go southbound. Wolf and come out.
Turning now to a city in crisis. Tense moments leading up to this, a fatal police chase in Baltimore.
Now, this security video and body camera footage from that deadly crash being shown for the first time.
The footage shows the moments the fleeing suspects slam into a second car before then hitting a pedestrian, which we're not going to show you that part, and then toppling that building.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a deeper dive into what led up to the chase and what some experts are saying the chase should not have even happened in the first place, Shannon.
Yeah, a former cop tells us this chase should not have happened in the first place, Tom, because of what Baltimore police officers knew at the time of the chase. Well, unfortunately, it did happen, and it left 5 people hurt. 1 person was killed. We want to get you back to that dramatic video, but first, a warning, some of what you're about to see may be disturbing.
You just hit a car, collapsed building. Building just fell on it, north and wolf. Get some units, start a couple medics. Let me see it! Let me see it! Let me see it!
You are watching the high-speed chase of a stolen vehicle. This was in East Baltimore last month. That stolen car you can see slamming into an unsuspecting driver and a pedestrian who was just walking along North Avenue. Now, guns drawn, police rush in, but quickly realize it is a life-saving mission, one that former police officer Melissa Pinkleton says could have been prevented.
It's for a traffic infraction, a property crime. In general, that should not even turn into a pursuit. In most departments in the country, they're not allowed to chase. Officers are not allowed to chase anymore for property crimes because of fatalities and injury accidents that have happened to innocent citizens over the years.
Yeah, in fact, according to BPD's pursuit policy, pursuing a stolen car is prohibited if it is the initial violation. And in this video, one BPD officer can even be heard telling the others to stop the chase. So we have reached out to police to find out if there were any other circumstances outside of their pursuit policy that made the officers chase this car. We also asked if any of the officers involved in this pursuit have been disciplined. We have not heard back. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:34 and turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Some Baltimore County parents, they're up in arms over redistricting plans that would build a brand new middle school, but it would impact nearly a dozen other schools. Of 4 proposed plans, only 1 keeps the area's elementary school students attending nearby Pine Grove Middle School. But distance isn't the only issue, considering many students are still catching up after a long period of time for pandemic home instruction.
There's nothing wrong with the schools or the communities. It just feels like the goal that we've been told by BCPS is to keep historical communities together. This sort of just destroys ours. Our kids are finally getting their legs under them. They're finally getting relationships going again.
Now, Baltimore County Public Schools says its redistricting committee is still finalizing the plans, and they are offering a number of opportunities for parental input, starting with 2 public information sessions next week. 6:35 later this morning, we expect to learn the fate of Alec Murdaugh after he was found guilty in the murders of his wife Maggie and son Paul.
Taylor Stewart in our live center now as we wait for the sentence today. Taylor.
That's right. Murdaugh seen here leaving the Collection County Courthouse as he was sentenced guilty just minutes after that verdict was read. A lawyer for several of Murdaugh's financial victims already predicted this fate. Just after 3 hours of deliberating, that jury found him guilty of murder. And the prosecution say they're pleased with the outcome.
I would not be surprised if he gets life without parole. And at that point, now you've got 90 some odd financial crimes. People say allegedly Alec did it. Alec stole these people's money. He betrayed their trust, whether it was going to cost them their life or not.
Judge Clifton Newman denying the defense's motion for a mistrial, saying there's been, quote, an overwhelming amount of testimony and evidence presented to the jury.
And our criminal justice system worked tonight. It gave a voice to Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, who were brutally mowed down and murdered on the night of June 7th, 2021 by someone that they loved and someone that they trusted.
We are told the defense does plan to speak today after the sentencing. Again, that begins at 9:30 this morning Eastern Time. We'll be sure to monitor that and bring you the updates here on air and online. That's the latest from the Live Center. Back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. Now, you really need to listen to the daily episodes of our sister station's award-winning podcast, The Murdaugh Murders, Money and Mystery. It's highlighting the major developments each day in court that led up to the verdict. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen. Search Murdaugh anywhere you get your podcasts.
A partisan split over public safety, the ongoing debate in Annapolis over a new crime bill.
A new bill in the General Assembly could help save hundreds of lives in Maryland. Crucial testing not currently performed in hospitals for potential overdose patients.
And a chilly start to our morning. Rain on the way, but let's soak this up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long the wet weather sticks around in his full Weather Authority forecast. It's a sunrise time, though, 6:37 on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Severe thunderstorms swept several parts of the country this week. This heavy hail fell in Arkansas Wednesday evening. Little Rock meteorologist Todd Yacobian says 2 supercell thunderstorms produced this precipitation and more rolled through Thursday evening. Also on Thursday, this scene south of San Antonio, Texas, an early morning light show as a thunderstorm passed near an area ranch.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
20 minutes in front of 7 o'clock on your Friday morning, first weekend of the brand new month. Looking out for our HD radar. The rain not here yet. It's lingering or lurking. You can see it to the south and to the west of us. More of that rain rolls in by midday today and into the evening tonight. So it will be an inside evening. And if you have date night tonight, just know you got to have that umbrella and the rain gear ready to go. Temperatures 30s and 40s. We don't get warmer than this, basically staying in those 40s throughout the afternoon. And you can see on your morning drive, we are dry. So numbers staying in the 40s for the next couple of hours. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, thank you, Justin. Parents in Baltimore County up in arms this morning over potential school redistricting plans, the options currently on the table, and why the changes have parents so frustrated.
A bill making its way through the House, drawing strong reaction from lawmakers. Coming up, where leaders in Annapolis disagree when it comes to juvenile crime and how to fight it. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.644 and now to your morning rush. Police reporting 2 overnight shootings. Now, the first, a double shooting happening around 10:30 last night. Officers responding to an area hospital where 2 men, ages 21 and 19, walked in seeking treatment for gunshot wounds. Preliminary investigation revealing the victims were on Dolphin Street just off Druid Hill Avenue when they were shot.
Then about 10 minutes later, officers responded to a shot spotter alert. This was right near the intersection of North Rose Street and East Hoffman Street. As you take a look at our map here, at the scene there, officers found a 14-year-old man suffering from a non-life-threatening gunshot wound. He was taken to an area hospital where he is being treated for his injuries right now. Anyone with information regarding these shootings is asked to call detectives. If you would like to remain anonymous, you can call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number's on your screen. It's 1-866-7-LOCK-UP.
Now, as the crime crisis continues, a bill up for debate in Annapolis would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing felony murder charges.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning. Shannon, how are lawmakers reacting to this?
Well, we asked lawmakers, Megan, exactly that, how they feel about this bill. And the majority of the lawmakers who responded to us do not think that this is a good idea. Some even calling it irresponsible, especially with juvenile crime on the rise in our state. Now, House Bill 1180 is sponsored by Democrats, but it is still moving through the House and the debate is still on. So stay with us because in 15 minutes, we're going to take a closer look at this bill and the strong reaction from lawmakers to the bill. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Shannon. 6:45, and it's a Friday morning, and it looks like yesterday afternoon turned out to be gorgeous.
It did. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has been telling us we're in for a turnaround later because, my gosh, we're starting out nice.
Yeah, it's great right now, guys. In fact, the next couple of hours, no issues out there with mainly dry conditions. Temperatures a little on the cooler side, but overall, not bad. Look at this Towson shot right there with that sun that is shining bright like a diamond. Looking out over the inner harbor, you could also see another really pretty shot with the sun and the clouds mixed in for a nice start to your Friday morning. But rain is on the way. So yes, I am raining on your parade, or at least reporting on the rain for your parade. Here's our HD radar, all quiet right now. Notice we do have some purple on the map, and that is the ice storm warning for Garrett and Allegheny counties, as well as winter weather advisories. That's where we're going to see the potential for some wintry precipitation. We're already starting to see some of that little pink right there just south of parts of Garrett County, but the main system is still well to the south and west of us. So we've got a couple of more hours where we're going to see dry conditions here. This is where the main system is, and it sits over parts of Middle Tennessee and Kentucky, bringing showers and thunderstorms, even tornado watches for West Tennessee and Kentucky down into the Memphis area at this time. Now, we're not tracking any of that severe weather, but you can see through 9 a.m. we're going to keep those clouds moving in. The rain starts to develop right around noon today, and into that 1, 2, and 3 o'clock hour, we'll see that heavy to or moderate to heavy rain that will be possible at times. Then kind of a steady rain throughout most of your afternoon, so your evening drive or your evening plans are going to be wet, no doubt about that, with the last round of the heaviest rain coming about 9, 10 o'clock this evening. So it'll be an inside afternoon and evening for sure as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours. Low to mid 40s. That sun is already up and will be up until 6:01 this evening. But again, we won't see much of the sun. Hey, golfers, if you do want to sneak out and get a quick round in before the rain happens, that's when this is going to be your time. Between now and about, I'd say, noon, because that's when the rain starts. Temperature, however, are going to stay on the chilly side. Upper 30s and low to mid 40s for your highs this afternoon. Those numbers are going to stay definitely colder than where we've been. Even mid to upper 40s for you on the eastern shore. With the cloud cover and the rain, it will definitely feel colder than what we've seen lately. And here's a look at that future scan, kind of the wider picture. There's the showers rolling in, the little bit of a break in the middle part of the day, the heaviest rain coming late tonight. By tomorrow, the wind is really going to pick up in the morning time, but clearing out nicely for the afternoon as we are drier. Sunday looks great. In fact, a real nice afternoon with upper 50s and calm conditions, and we carry that trend into parts of Monday for next week. So your 7-day forecast looks like this: 40s today, 50s tomorrow, back to the upper 50s Sunday, Monday and Tuesday, lower 60s heading into the new week. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. We do have one issue to report south of Baltimore City, right here, right on 95, and we're talking about the ramp right here near Key Highway. You can see the semi-truck that's been pulled over. It was in the middle of the road. It was causing some delays before you went into the tunnel there, but it has now been moved over. So no issues there, just some slight delays. Now I want to take you to Lens Solar Mobile Track. Look at this. It's in the area of the Maryland Vietnam Veterans Memorial, right in Cherry Hill, and it's across right now from actually where we were just talking to you about that trailer, the tractor trailer that was off to the side of the Patapsco River. So it's over there right off of Hanover Street, and a beautiful sunrise for us.
Very nice. 6:49 and another big unmasking on The Masked Singer. We learned the polar bear was none other than hip-hop legend Grandmaster Flash.
Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark joining us here in studio this morning, and you actually got to talk to Grandmaster Flash about the time on the show. No way.
That's right. Grandmaster Flash was the one underneath the polar bear costume. I was able to ask him about his time on The Masked Singer, and he seemed extremely grateful to be a part of the show.
You know, but this Masked Singer thing, I would have to say, was probably more of a greater experience than anything that I've ever done, Mark. It kind of forced me to bring back my childlike thing. And as adults, when we become adults, Mark, you know, we pay our bills, we pay our mortgage, we take care of tuitions, we do as fathers and as mothers, and we just kind of forget our childlike.
Guys, do you think that being on The Masked Singer allows you to bring out your inner child when these artists who are not kids, you know, on the show?
I mean, I think so. Well, I mean, you interviewed Grandma.
Use Venmo or Facebook to sell goods. A new tax rule kicks in next year. Why some say the messages from online platforms has them confused about what they owe. The answers I got from tax experts still ahead.
In about 2.5 hours, Alec Murdaugh will be sentenced for killing his wife and son, while prosecutors say the jury's verdict sends a powerful message.
But first, it's time for a coffee break. .654, and in this morning's Assignment America, people are sharing their concerns and their frustrations over whether they'll need to pay taxes on third-party payment app transactions.
Now, this new rule requires a tax form for payments of at least $600 and then goes into effect next year. Dee Dee Gatton reports on why some are confused about tax liability and brings us answers from some tax professionals.
As more people use platforms like Facebook and Venmo to sell their goods, some are calling this a seller beware situation, with new tax rules adding another layer of confusion to this process. The IRS delayed a new rule requiring third-party platforms like Venmo, eBay, and Ticketmaster to issue a 1099-K tax form to the user if they made more than $600. It was supposed to go into effect this year, but was pushed back to tax year 2023.
I think the third-party platforms were really concerned about this new rule because it puts a lot of more pressure on them to be in compliance with the IRS. And so third-party platforms have moved towards following this rule in 2022, although there is a transition period.
For this current tax season, the old $20,000 threshold still applies, but the entire process seems to have created confusion online. One person said in a tweet in February, sites like eBay required Social Security number verification in order to report transactions totaling $600 per calendar year. Another user reported selling tickets through Ticketmaster, claiming to have the Social Security requirement as well. Ticketmaster says before you get a payout for selling on the platform, you'll be asked to complete tax details, which includes a tax ID or Social Security number. eBay saying starting on January 1st, 2023, eBay and other marketplaces are required by the IRS to issue the 1099-K for all sellers whose sales exceed $600.
I completely sympathize. This is nothing that the companies wanted. This is nothing that the customers wanted. And my suggestion would be that if there's any frustration here, it should not be directed at the companies. It should be directed at your local congressman.
Pepperdine University tax law professor Deanna Newton says if you're a seller on one of these platforms, it's okay to put in your Social Security number because it's a record for transactions to be reported to the IRS. She does think third-party platforms should have an option allowing people who don't meet the $600 threshold not to have to put in that information. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Dee Gatton.
President Joe Biden set to issue the first veto of his presidency after two Democrats joined Republicans in the Senate to pass a House bill overturning a Biden administration rule on investing.
He's at it again. President Biden's war on America's energy continues.
You all talk a good game about how government should not be picking winners and losers. Why do you all keep picking losers?
Well, the bill would block a rule his administration enacted, which allows money managers to consider climate change and other environmental, social, and governance factors, also known as ESG, when making financial investments on behalf of their clients. Democrats John Tester and Joe Manchin joining Republicans in supporting the bill, which they say takes investment away from oil and gas at the time more is needed.
If we as a nation are not energy secured, if we have to depend on foreign supply chains, if we're not able to help our allies in need, we will not remain the superpower of the world.
If you manage a retirement plan for a faith-based organization and you want to make sure you are investing in accordance with your client's faith, that too would be ESG investing.
Well, a recent survey by Schroders found that 87% of their plan participants want their investments to be aligned with their values.
NTSB leaders released new findings this week from the Ohio train derailment, and they say the aluminum covers over the pressure relief valves melted on 3 of the 5 tank cars carrying vinyl chloride. That could have kept those valves from relieving pressure inside the tanks, preventing an explosion. They're asking other rail car owners to check their fleets for similar flaws and to switch to steel covers instead.
A bill making its way through the House, drawing strong reaction from lawmakers. Just ahead, how leaders are reacting to this bill and how they disagree when it comes to juvenile crime.
And we are tracking rain showers, but not till later today, so we can enjoy the sunshine for a little bit. Breaking down that full forecast for your weekend ahead, coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, just about 7 o'clock on this Friday morning. Come on, March 3rd. Thank you for joining us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what's going on.
National Anthem Day. This is the day that it became the National Anthem, our Star-Spangled Banner, of course, with our big old flag down there at Fort McHenry. And we are taking a look at temperatures that are not too bad right now and the sun that is also up. Those flags are definitely whipping around here this morning because that wind is also with us. We're not tracking the rain right now. That's going to be a little bit in the middle part of the day today and later on for this evening. Temperature-wise, 30s 30s and 40s. Westminster, Bel Air down to Baltimore City at 42, 43 in Annapolis right now. Overall, our numbers definitely going to be colder than where we've been the last few days, and we're going to drop below average with those rain showers moving in. But the good news is we dry out for the second half of the weekend. Just going to be a little bit rainy to get into it. Overall, Mr. Bowe says we are good to go. Numbers staying in the 40s for the next couple of hours under partly cloudy skies. The drive home will be different because that's when the rain will be here. We'll talk a little bit more about that in my full forecast in just a few. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. And now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network here. Looking at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region here, no issues to report at this time.
We're here calling on our colleagues to take action, to join us in taking action to stop violent crime.
Continuing your Session 2023 coverage as Baltimore City and other areas across the state of Maryland see more juvenile offenders. A bill up for debate now would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing felony murder charges.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with those proposed changes and how lawmakers in Annapolis are reacting to it. Shannon.
Yeah, this is a Democrat-sponsored bill, Megan, that is right now moving its way through the House. But the debate against it, even amongst some Democrats, has been swift. In fact, take a look at this response that we received from Democrat Delegate Carl Jackson opposing the bill, saying, quote, "I believe that accountability must be at the center of any discussion regarding the criminal justice system." And even though the bill hasn't made its way to the Senate as of now, Republican Senator William Folden already calling the bill irresponsible in its approach to holding juveniles responsible for their criminal actions.
They know the difference between right and wrong. They just aren't being held accountable, and they don't care about right or wrong.
Now, if passed, House Bill 1180 would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing felony murder charges. That is in line with comments from our new Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services, Vincent Schiraldi. You'll remember Schiraldi has said that criminals should not be exposed to the adult justice system until they turn 21 or even 25. Now, Republican Delegate Christopher Boucher is actually supporting the bill, and he says, quote, "If minors cannot consent to sex or sign contracts, why are we treating them as adults in the judicial system? I was a juvenile offender charged as an adult." Meanwhile, we continue to see problems with crime and juvenile crime here in the state, with that juvenile crime on the rise, Megan and Tom. In fact, we know just in the first 2 months of this year, we saw at least 24 juveniles that have either been charged with homicide, robbery, or a weapons charge.
Interesting. So, Shannon, what's next for the bill then?
So like I mentioned, Megan, right now the bill is still moving through the House, so it is still very much up for debate. If it does pass in the House, it would move to the Senate before it could pass in both chambers. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News, because coming up in just about 10 minutes, Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates will be joining us here in studio to discuss his proposed gun bill, which would raise the minimum or the maximum penalty from 3 years to 5 years for adults convicted of illegal gun possession or transport across the board.
We want you to join our question of the day. Are lawmakers in Annapolis taking the crime crisis seriously enough? Right now, 99% of those who have responded say no. You can make your voice heard by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Well, also in Annapolis, a new bipartisan bill would help in the fight against the drug epidemic. Maryland is now recording more than 2,000 overdose deaths per year. If the bill becomes law, it would require hospitals conducting drug tests in overdose patients to include testing for fentanyl.
A new report by the University of Maryland's Center for Substance Abuse Research finds that most emergency departments are screening only 5% of overdose patients for fentanyl. And when fentanyl tests were conducted, positivity rates exceed 40%.
Well, currently, hospitals do not automatically test for fentanyl in overdose cases. Those who have lost loved ones to the drug, though, say the test could have a massive impact on treatment.
The entire reason I even want to do this bill and want this bill to pass is so that someone else can be saved. This bill couldn't have saved Josh, but it really does have the potential to save so many other people And if we can save one life is worth saving.
Proponents of the bill say increased testing could also provide more accurate data on the drug crisis and help ensure survivors can get on a path for recovery. Governor Wes Moore is backing this bill.
Even though it's been 27 years, I still, it feels like yesterday.
Continuing coverage this morning, 27 years after her twin sister was shot in the back of the head while sitting in her car in a parking lot on York Road, Jennifer Carreri is still struggling to understand who would murder her sister. According to police, a witness saw a 200-pound black man take an item from her car and drive away. Detectives failed to find a match for a fingerprint that was found in the victim's car. Carreri has spent the time since launching her own search for the killer, erecting billboards, offering six-figure rewards, and appearing on international media.
It boggles my mind how her case isn't solved. I mean, I feel the Boy Scouts could have solved her case day one. Family members shouldn't have to solve murders, you know. But I couldn't stand just standing, just waiting for, for nothing happening.
Detectives say it is the largest unsolved case file on record. In a statement from county police, they call the case, quote, an open investigation, and detectives believe that someone has information that can help solve this case. If you have information, please ask that you call Metro Crime Stoppers. Following our top stories in counties under pressure now.
First, the person killed in a crash in White Marsh last Friday has been identified as Roseville Elementary school teacher. Ramel Summerlin, or Mr. Summerlin, to the Roseville third graders, was in a vehicle turning left on White Marsh Boulevard when it collided with a car coming from the opposite direction. Schools tweeting this out, that it's heartbroken. The Baltimore County Police Department crash team is still investigating.
College Park Mayor Patrick Woyan is handing in his resignation. He is facing 56 counts in a child pornography bust. Prince George's County Police serving a warrant at his home Wednesday night, and he was arrested early yesterday morning. According to charging documents, the mayor had dozens of videos of young boys saved at his home. Neighbors completely stunned after hearing about the charges.
I've known him since he's moved into the neighborhood, since way before he became mayor, and I'm shocked.
It's extremely gross and appalling, and it makes me deeply upset that we elect such a person in power.
Police traced the videos to the mayor through a social media account. Investigators say he admitted to owning the account once police confronted him.
Now, in Baltimore County, police need your help finding this 73-year-old woman. Take a moment to look at your screen. She is Sophia Tate Vroom, and she was last seen yesterday morning in Randallstown area. She's about 5'5", weighing around 150 pounds. Now, if you have any information, you can contact police. The number right there at the bottom of your screen. That's 410-307-2020.
This morning, we could learn how long convicted killer Alec Murdaugh will spend in a South Carolina prison.
Taylor Stewart is joining us at the Live Center right now to break down the final moments of that trial. Taylor.
That's right. The sentencing for Alec Murdaugh now set for 9:30 this morning. The jury wasted no time in finding him guilty of 2 counts of murder. Now, this relatively short deliberation period followed a lengthy trial that began in late January. We followed 6 weeks of testimony from 75 witnesses, including Murdaugh himself. The jury found him guilty in just 3 hours, finding him responsible of shooting and killing his wife, Margaret, and their youngest son, Paul, in June of 2021.
It doesn't matter who your family is. It doesn't matter how much money you have or people think you have. If you break the law, if you murder, then justice will be done in South Carolina.
Murdaugh was relatively stoic while the verdict was read, only turning around once to mouth, "I love you, I'm sorry," to his only surviving son, Buster. Buster watched as his father left in handcuffs. He was seen wiping tears away.
It went on so long, and then to end so quickly today is kind of dramatic.
And you still feel for their family. You know, they still have to live with this even after this day is over.
Prosecutors are now indicating they will seek life in prison, not the death penalty. The defense left the courthouse quickly, offering no comment, but we're told they'll speak today after sentencing. Again, that's set to begin at 9:30 this morning. That's the latest from the Live Center.
All right, Taylor, thank you. And you've got to listen to the daily episodes of our sister station's award-winning podcast. It's called The Murdaugh Murders, Money and Mystery, highlighting the major developments each day in court leading up to the verdict. You can scan the QR code there on your screen or just search Murdaugh anywhere you get your podcasts.
Elsewhere on Capitol Hill, President Biden says he will not veto a GOP-backed bid to repeal D.C.'s new crime law.
The law in question overhauls how the nation's capital prosecutes and punishes crime and includes softer penalties for offenses like carjackings.
House Republicans passing a resolution last month blocking the overhaul, claiming the changes will add to crime in the city.
It's an argument the president agrees with, but critics see his support as detrimental to D.C.'s push for statehood.
The president still thinks that D.C. should become the 51st state. That is something that he has supported for decades, not just these last couple of years. But he feels as president, he has the obligation as well to keep America's cities safe, to keep communities safe.
Now, the resolution is poised to clear the Senate on a bipartisan basis. If Biden signs that measure, it will allow Congress to nullify D.C.'s laws for the first time in more than 3 decades.
Meanwhile, Republicans on Capitol Hill spent some time bashing the Washington, D.C. establishment during the Conservative Political Action Conference.
I wonder sometimes how some people in Washington, D.C. actually made it through the birth canal.
Every day the Schumer Senate is not in session is a day they're not destroying America.
They've got to be put on notice. They've got to be quaking in fear. They've got to be worried. They've got to be losing weight because they're not eating, because they're worried that they're going to end up going to jail.
While those attendees had their moments, this year's CPAC is missing some notable names. House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, just to name a few.
Well, DeSantis will be at a different GOP event put on by Club for Growth.
Embattled Republican Congressman George Santos officially under investigation now by the House Ethics Committee.
Bipartisan leaders of the committee say that the probe seeks to find out whether the New York representative violated campaign finance law, violated federal conflict of interest laws, and or exchanged in sexual misconduct toward an individual looking for a job with his office.
Santos has removed himself from committee assignments, but has refused to step down despite calls from New York Republicans. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. Police body cam video shining light on tense moments leading to a deadly crash in Baltimore. Coming up, what we're learning at this hour.
And City State's Attorney Ivan Bates will be in studio just ahead. The uncertain future of the bill that he's backing now. It is 7:13 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Welcome back, everybody. 7:16 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast here. I'm meteorologist Justin Chambers. Looking out at a nice start to your Friday morning. Good start to the weekend. Nice to kick off right as we look out over M&T Bank Stadium. Of course, Camden Yards is going to be there in less than 5 weeks. Can't wait for that. April 6th is right around the corner. Here's a look at your temperature. 42 right now at BWI. We are seeing that northeast wind about 10 to 15 miles an hour blowing around those star-spangled banners on National Anthem Day. Our HD radar, it's all quiet right now, but notice some of those areas in purple in the western parts of Maryland. That's what we're seeing an ice storm warning. This is for Garrett and Allegheny counties for late tonight, especially for into late tonight for some of those possible ice accumulations. We're starting to see a few of those showers in southern Garrett County right now moving up from the south. This is all part of the next weather maker. All we are going to get here around Baltimore is going to be a cold rain, but you can see that line of showers that is just to the south of us as that warm front is also to the south. So we're out ahead of the warm front. That means we've got those colder temperatures before the warmer air moves in and getting some severe weather that's popping up in West Tennessee and up into Kentucky and southern Illinois as well. All of that is moving our way, but we're going to be tracking the rain. Again, we're going to stay dry through about 9 a.m. and even into about the 10, 11 o'clock hour. That's when some of those showers develop. Even some moderate to heavy rain possible right around lunchtime today, keeping that heavy rain around into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, and then steady rain showers through the afternoon into the evening. So definitely an inside night tonight. And then you can see that heavier rain again. That's going to be round 2 in that 9, 10, and 11 o'clock hour. So that rain really coming in and will be with us through most of the second half of the day. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, temperatures are in the 40s this hour. No need for the umbrella this morning, but make sure you send them with that rain gear because when you pick them up this afternoon, it is going to be wet at the bus stop with a rainy afternoon. Typically right about 50 degrees is where we are for this time of year. Most of us will be below average after seeing those above average days earlier this week, even 60s yesterday. We're going to basically stay in the 40s through the afternoon. So definitely a cold rain that'll be up and down throughout the 95 corridor, only 48 down the ocean and only 38 in Cumberland. Now, as we take a look at our temperature tracker, those numbers trending up into Saturday and Sunday. We're talking mid to upper 50s, even some lower 60s early next week. So that is definitely looking nicer. And here's kind of the wider picture on our future scan. Those showers coming in and will be with us. The heaviest rain late this evening. Tomorrow, the wind is going to be with us, especially in the morning time, clearing everything out by the afternoon. And Sunday looks really nice. Even Monday looking good as well, as we'll stay dry with temperatures that will be back in that above average category. Just 9 days until that time change. So we spring forward next Saturday night when we go to bed. 2 weeks from today is St. Patty's Day, and you know how we like to party here in Baltimore for St. Pat's. And as I mentioned, just 34 days until opening day. All right, here's that 7-day forecast, guys. 40s today, back to the mid-50s tomorrow, upper 50s Sunday, and again, Monday, Tuesday looking good before we get a little bit colder next week.
Hey, Justin, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. We've got our cameras around the Beltway pulled up here this morning, and we're looking great. Volume picking up just a little bit, especially on 95 top right, but we've got no major issues to report around that area. We've got a live look now for you as we look at our mobile track, our Len Stoller mobile track right there, now in the area of Middle Branch Park. We've been watching that sunrise out there. Pretty peaceful start to this Friday morning.
7:19, the future of Baltimore's top prosecutors' legislative priority remains uncertain despite bipartisan support lining up behind the proposal that seeks to implement tougher penalties for certain gun offenses. Well, joining us this morning to discuss the bill is Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. You've been very vocal about this. You've been saying that it's really you're just adding 2 years to one bill, though. That's really the main difference here. Why are you getting any kind of a pushback for this?
You know, you're right. Only 2 years to one bill. Right. And then, you know, when you look at the actual amount of jail time anybody would actually serve, it's mind-boggling to me. You know, also when you look at the case in terms of what's going on with the amount of time individuals between 18 and 20 years old serve, it's 5 years. Right. Everybody else, 21 and above, they serve 3 years. Why is anyone pushing back to make something uniformed? I don't understand. But, you know, there are a number of individuals, the academic, the scholars, so to speak, they're the ones who say it's mass incarceration. I think they're very confused about what mass incarceration is. It doesn't really affect them or their community, so it's something to be in opposition of, just to be in opposition of.
In fact, we actually have some facts on that. A report released last year by the U.S. Sentencing Commission shows criminals who spent at least 5 years in prison are much likely to reoffend. So is that the reason? Are you following any studies here, or is this something that just kind of makes sense? I want to get it from 18 and up should have the same maximum penalty. It doesn't mean they're doing 5 years.
It is. And actually, the study, I walk around and make sure that people understand what this data is. People talk about data. Academics talk about data, but they've never shown us their data. This is my data right here, the United States Sentencing Commission. It's the most in-depth report that ever talks about recidivism ever done. 20 years of study. And they say the magic number is 5. 5 years is the magic number. I'm asking for 5 years to give me a tool in the toolbox to fight crime.
Other people say there's another report that's out, though, especially coming out of L.A., that says it's just the opposite. In fact, it actually it creates more return.
Well, the problem is that's a study that came out of L.A. that no one has actually really seen that was published, and it's something Gil Gasson, who's the DA out in L.A., ran on. And so for me, I'm not paying attention to that. I'm paying attention to a study that's the most in-depth ever, 20 years of material that they looked at. I did a lot of federal work, and I can tell you as a criminal defense attorney, the number 5 is what scared my clients.
There is also, we heard vocally here, defense attorney Warren Brown. He said it doesn't matter. This is a mute bill because he says judges are not actually giving the maximum penalty. So if they're not going to give it, what's the point?
I don't have any control of the judges, but I must do something for the citizens. That later on, the citizens also vote on judges in the circuit court. So they'll also have their say. Also, there are bills in Annapolis that talk about, let's see what judges are really doing. For us, once we get the bill and once it's in place, then we can work on the judges.
Years ago, we heard, and you know this, obviously, your predecessor, Marilyn Mosby, said, I'm not going to, what she defined as low-level crimes, not going to prosecute that. She publicly announced that, made it very public. It went across the nation. People started discussing this. We heard recently, though, in D.C., and I believe you were with Congressman Kweisi Mfume, where he said there's potential to we need to start prosecuting low-level crimes. He said not only just for the guidance of people, but also to be able to pull information to lead to bigger criminals.
That is absolutely correct. Congressman Mfume has been a humongous supporter and advocate of myself and my policies. Remember, January 3rd, I said I'm working with the police department to have them enforce low-level crimes. That is our goal, is our hope. Right now, I'm training the office, getting them in a better position so we can go ahead and do that. But what it does, it allows individuals, the police, to have another tool in the toolbox. For instance, loitering and trespass. The officer goes up to an individual loitering and trespass. All of a sudden, they see a handgun in their dip area. Now, that leads to a handgun arrest. They're engaging individuals. If individuals know the police will potentially engage them for quality of life crimes, maybe now these individuals leave their guns at home.
You're coming into this office, so a very contentious office in a few years. Voting in, you brought up the voting and voting what your office can do and not do. Other people are saying this office has become very political, and now you are in Annapolis. Some critics saying you're making it political too. Is that true? And how do you respond to somebody that's saying, because you're just getting 2 years added onto one bill, and that you're being political about this?
Well, anyone who says that, I would say, that really doesn't understand public safety. It's not just 2 years. What this says is we're really focused on illegal gun crimes. Then that's the key: illegal gun ownership, gun crimes. And so, for me, I need all the tools in the toolbox I can have. In Annapolis, they make the laws. The laws are what I enforce. I would not be doing my job if I was not down in Annapolis fighting for those laws that give me the tools in the toolbox to fight for the citizens of Baltimore City. And that is what's important. It's not about being political. It's about fighting for the citizens. That's why they elected me, to fight for them, and that's what I'm going to do.
One thing, then, this is the last thing for you here, is that just recently you said, yes, we made a mistake. You don't hear that from politicians. It was a case about trying somebody, and you admitted a case. That sparked a lot of attention, too. People are saying, well, wait a minute. He actually stands up and tells the truth. You made a mistake, and you're going to correct that.
I mean, look, I'm not perfect. My office isn't perfect. I have a really young office. And so that means, unfortunately, we're going to make mistakes. But when you do make mistakes, I mean, the citizens elected me to be truthful and honest. I'm trying my very best to be truthful and honest. Like I said, I try to be the way my father and my mother raised me.
Ivan Bates, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Sure. Well, now we need to find out exactly what's going outside. In fact, we have our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, looking at exactly what's going to be coming up here in just a little bit. In the meantime, though, we are hearing some frustrated Baltimore County parents talking about redistricting. In fact, the plan that could make problems by the pandemic become even worse, they're claiming.
Made Marketplace is back in Baltimore this weekend. Coming up next, we're actually going to learn more about the Emerging Artists Program. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. We are at the American Craft Made Marketplace this morning, getting a preview of everything you can actually come check out here at the Baltimore Convention Center this weekend. I'm here with Andrea Specht, who's telling us all about what's new this year. We're starting off in one of my favorite sections, the Emerging Artists section. So what does this section include?
Well, good morning, and this is a great section. This is 50 out of our total of 350 artists here. This is 50 emerging artists. So these are artists, they come from all over the country. They are certainly excellent at what they're doing, but they are not as familiar to our audiences. So this would be their first ACC show, first, second, or third. People can be in the Emerging Artists program for 3 years.
Okay, cool. And I know we're seeing a preview of some of the artwork, I guess I should call it, because it really is incredible here. Artwork that is up for sale, and it does look very professional. So are there any standards that go into who can come into this program?
Absolutely. We have judges that we hire who are really skilled in selecting artwork for shows like this, and they're looking for the quality of the craftsmanship, also the innovation of the work that's here, sustainability, a number of other factors. But yes, it's work of very high quality. Again, the emerging artists are really just artists who are newer in their show career.
Right,
so,
exactly.
Yes, yeah.
And this is just one section, of course. I know we're going to kind of tour our way through here as the morning continues, but what are some of your favorite areas that people should check out?
Well, what I love to say about this show is that there truly is something for everyone. So it's, I think about it as three categories of things. There is art for your home, so beautiful furniture, sculpture, objects. There's also art you can wear. So I love jewelry. There's lots of that here. And then art that makes wonderful gifts as well. So I have so many favorites. It's hard for me to list just one.
Hard to pick and choose, right?
Yes.
You'll have to come for yourself and walk through.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing more of the art that is here as the morning continues. But if you want more information right now on everything happening here this weekend, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Back to you guys.
Cool stuff there. All right, Amy, thank you. Well, we stay in the 40s today with rain showers moving in. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers going to let us know what to expect in your neighborhood.
Dramatic footage from a deadly police chase being shown for the first time. Coming up, where one expert says those officers went wrong.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Friday, March 3rd. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's checking out the Friday forecast for us.
Yeah, right now, not looking too bad. We actually have some sun and clouds out there. The rain not here yet. That is going to change as we get into the next couple of hours, especially by midday today. Really pretty shot here from our Towson camera, looking at the courthouse with the flag flapping around on National Anthem Day. Very excited about that. 30s and 40s for Cockeysville and Owings Mills right now. We're at 42 in Baltimore City, 41 in Dundalk at this hour. So rain showers moving in, definitely colder afternoon temperatures, and then we will be drying out for the weekend. So we're not talking about a whole rainy weekend. Really just today is going to be the rainiest. Now, your morning drive, next couple of hours, again, we are good to go. It's the afternoon drive where it's going to be wet. We only get into the 40s today and through tonight, but we are right back to the 50s with more sunshine on the way for tomorrow. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar traffic network here. Looking at some of the cameras around there, we have a vehicle fire right now, though, on 695 at Peninsula Expressway. And not causing too many delays there, just a slight delay as that vehicle is now off to the shoulder here, but it is causing just a tapping of the brakes. I think more people are trying to get a picture of it.
St. Clair, traveling at high rate of speed. It looks like it's going to go southbound. We'll think on that.
Turning now to a city in crisis, the tense moments leading up to a fatal police chase in Baltimore.
The security video and the body camera footage from that deadly crash being shown for the first time.
The footage shows the moments the fleeing suspects slam into a car before then hitting a pedestrian, which we're not going to show that part. And then you see the building just come toppling down.
Well, Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with a deeper dive into what led up to this crash and what some experts or police analysts say the chase should not have even happened in the first place. Shannon.
Yeah, that former cop that we spoke with, Tom, says this chase should not have happened in the first place because of what Baltimore police officers knew at the time. Well, unfortunately, it did happen, and it left 5 people hurt. 1 person was killed. We're going to get you back to that dramatic video, but first a warning that some of what you're about to see may be disturbing.
You just got a car, collapsed building. Building just fell on it. North and Wolf. Get some units. A couple medics.
You are watching the high-speed chase of a stolen vehicle. This happened in East Baltimore last month. That stolen car slamming into an unsuspecting driver and a pedestrian who was just walking along North Avenue. Now, guns drawn, police got out, rushed in, but quickly realized this was a life-saving mission. One that former police officer Melissa Pinkleton says could have been prevented.
If it's for a traffic infraction, a property crime, in general, that should not even turn into a pursuit. In most departments in the country, they're not allowed to chase, officers are not allowed to chase anymore for property crimes because of fatalities and injury accidents that have happened to innocent citizens over the years.
Yeah, in fact, according to BPD's pursuit policy, pursuing a stolen car is prohibited if it's the initial violation. And in this video, one officer can even be heard telling the others to stop the chase. So we reached out to police to find out if there were any other circumstances outside of their pursuit policy that would have made them chase this stolen vehicle. We also asked if any of the officers involved have been disciplined. We have not heard back. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. The new police video came just a day after the City Board of Estimates approved a $6 million settlement with the estate of a man killed in a chase involving gun trace task force officers. It was a similar situation where a car was being pursued, crashed into another car unrelated to the investigation. The breaking up of the disgraced gun trace task force resulted in top to bottom reviews of the department, including vehicle pursuit policies.
The FTC cracking down on companies for sharing users' data. Coming up, how many millions BetterHelp must pay in fines?
A new bill in the General Assembly could help save hundreds of lives in Maryland. The crucial testing not currently performed in hospitals for potential overdose patients.
7:41, we're 19 minutes in front of 8 o'clock on your Friday morning. Starting to see a little bit more of that cloud cover work into the inner harbor, but no rain at this time. That rain's going to start moving in after about 10, 11 o'clock this morning, and is going to be with us most of the afternoon and especially later this evening. 2 separate rounds of the heavier rain is going to be moving in. 30s and 40s is where we are for our temperatures, and these aren't going to change much either, guys. We're talking about a colder day than what we've been seeing. So if you do want to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours before the rain comes in, you are good to go. Temps staying in the lower 40s.
All right, Justin, thank you. At 7:41 and making headlines, the FTC reaches a settlement deal with online counseling service BetterHelp. The company has agreed to pay back $7.8 million to customers for sharing private health data with companies like Facebook and Snapchat. BetterHelp is not admitting any wrongdoing. They say it is standard practice for the industry. The FTC says they betrayed consumers' trust for profit. The agency is cracking down on businesses that are not covered by HIPAA rules that govern the healthcare industry.
$24 million coming into Maryland's 7th congressional district, which includes Baltimore. Well, why one watchdog group, though, says those funds may not be getting used properly.
But first, a nasty stomach bug is going around. A University of Maryland medical system professor joining us live to weigh in on the illness and the highly contagiousness of it and why it's so tough to get rid of. 7:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. It is 7:45. The CDC issuing a new warning of a miserable, nasty stomach bug that is easily transmissible and increasingly resistant to antibiotics. This is a parent's nightmare. This morning, Dr. Wilbur Chen, professor of medicine at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, joining us live to weigh in on what we can do, if anything, to try to avoid getting this one. Dr. Chen, always great to have you. Good morning.
Good morning, Megan, and happy Friday.
Thank you. That is the good news of this discussion, that it's Friday, because getting kids out of school, I feel like everything is circulating right now. What is this latest one?
Yeah, so this is a little bit different than the common stomach bugs that we see happening in the communities. This is called Shigella, it's a bacterial infection that causes dysentery. And so maybe you've heard of that. It's more of a bloody diarrhea that causes a lot of inflammation, high fevers, a lot of cramping all over. It's not really as common that you would see it passed in school systems, but you can see it in small daycares where you have smaller children that aren't potty trained yet.
Interesting. So who is most impacted by this? You mentioned the smaller children. Anyone else who's seeing this?
Yeah, so this is a bug that you find where there's crowded conditions, densely populated conditions, while also having unhygienic kind of poor sanitation. So it could be in daycares where, again, children are not potty trained, but it also is very common in homeless centers, people who are encountering homelessness. It could be also in men who have sex with men, and also international travelers when they go to low and middle income countries.
I think the other concerning thing we mentioned is it's increasingly resistant to antibiotics. If that is the case, can this be treated, or does it work itself out?
Well, in some cases it can work itself out, but people who have HIV, are immunocompromised, much older people or very young children can have more deleterious effects. And that means that antibiotics will be helpful, especially during outbreaks, because it can cause outbreaks. And then if you can't use normal antibiotics like oral antibiotics, then you have to have them hospitalized.
Dr. Chen, I'd never heard of this one before. Is this new? Is this a newly developed strain, or just kind of resurfacing?
Well, it's actually an old infection that's been known for a long time, but only more recently, because of our antibiotic use and misuse of it sometimes, we're seeing more and more resistance to it. So just for example, back in about 2015, we didn't see a lot of resistance, but now about 5% of Shigella are very highly resistant to antibiotics. So it's increasing.
And any advice to people to try and avoid getting this?
Well, I think, again, it's common hand hygiene. Make sure that after using the toilet, you wash your hands, flush the toilet, cleanse the surfaces around you. I think that those are the things that will definitely protect us against this.
Some good advice. All right, Dr. Chen, we definitely want to avoid it. We appreciate your help. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, and have a great weekend.
You too.
7:48 right now, and yeah, he was just mentioning the weekend, and we need to find out exactly how it's going to feel this weekend.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah, good morning, guys. We're tracking the rain that's coming in midday today, and it's going to be with us through the evening. So definitely kind of an inside afternoon, evening time, maybe catching up on some shows or some fun things you want to do with the family. Very exciting weekend, too. The fact that, Chris Rock is going to be here live tonight and tomorrow at the Hippodrome. And tomorrow, it's his first time ever on Netflix, and the first time Netflix has ever done a streaming show ever live. That's going to be worldwide, and it's right here in Baltimore. So very excited about that. I don't think he's responded to our TikTok because I don't see him over there on the couch, but either way. Our Towson Cam, good morning to all of you. A lot of cloud cover is starting to move in, and temperatures remaining in the lower 40s right now. Wind is picking up out of the northeast about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Overall, our HD radar is quiet for us here, but we're starting to see a few showers that are sneaking into some of the mountain locations just to the south and to the west of us. And that's where we have an ice storm warning for areas in Garrett and Allegheny County through 11 o'clock tonight. Also winter weather advisories. That's the lighter purple that we're seeing, but starting to see a few of those kind of wintry conditions there. And then for the rest of us, most of that rain is still to the south and to the west and moving in as we head later into the middle part of the day. This is all ahead of a warm front. So there's the warm front right there. We are ahead of it. So that means we've got the colder air with the warmer air to the south. Now they've expanded tornado watches through parts of Middle Tennessee and Kentucky. And this is coming on the 3-year anniversary of the big tornado outbreak in Nashville, which unfortunately I was there for and had to cover. It was a very trying day for sure for all the folks there. But either way, that storm system is moving in our direction, not with severe weather, but with the rain that we're going to see. And you can see on our hourly future scan, this is through noon today. That's when that rain really starts to get going. So you got a couple more hours of dry conditions before it definitely gets rainy. And then we'll see those rain showers kind of stay with us off and on through most of the afternoon into the evening time. Heaviest rain is going to come about 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight right there. And you can actually see that in our hourly future scan. That's when a lot of us hopefully will we'll just be inside relaxing and enjoying our Friday. Our next 12 hours, those numbers, yeah, they don't do much. You can see Daryl the Dragonfly mainly hanging out in the 40s when typically we're in the lower 50s for this time of year, and not the above average numbers we saw yesterday. We're talking about those upper 30s and low to mid 40s here through Carroll and Baltimore counties this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those low to mid 40s for you later today. This is kind of the wider picture. So there's the warm front right there. We've got the colder air out ahead of that. The warmer air moves in tonight. We actually will get warmer this evening and into the overnight hours than where we are right now. And then we'll have that drier conditions and the wind that's going to be with us, especially tomorrow morning. By tomorrow afternoon, that wind tapers off. Sunday looks great. Maybe you can get outside and have some lunch outdoors for your Sunday. You can do some grilling. Monday also looking very nice as well as we get you into the brand new week. And you can see that here on our 7-day forecast. So the rain today, windy conditions for tomorrow, upper 50s on Sunday, and then lower 60s into Monday and Tuesday of next week.
All right, Justin, thank you. It is 7:51, and happening today, we are commemorating 92 years of the Star-Spangled Banner as America's national anthem.
Yeah, on this day in 1931, President Herbert Hoover signed a congressional order into law officially cementing Francis Scott Key's poem and placed it in history. Key wrote the song after seeing the American flag flying proudly over Fort McHenry after a battle with the British during the War of 1812.
This is the first National Anthem Day without our beloved traffic jam, Jimmy. Jimmy was always patriotic, coming up with very creative ways to honor the national anthem in our country. I think the beard's probably got to be the best there. But this was a special day to him, among many other ones. But this was something he always remembered.
Well, and Uncle Earl actually reached out to me and said, hey, will you guys talk about it? And it was great because he likes how I do all of the, National Peanut Butter Days, whatever. But this is obviously a very important day for us here. And, he wants to get the governor to make it, a big thing. He actually sent a letter to Governor Moore to see if we can, make this even bigger than it is right now. So.
And Uncle Earl, giving everyone some background there, is one of Jimmy's good friends. And we chat all the time, talk about the history. He would get a lot of his facts from him here and was inspired. So
his own little personal historian.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Talked a lot about
Happy
Earl.
National Anthem Day.
And, this is special for everyone in the country. But here in Baltimore, I mean...
1814?
We own it.
Waking up, writing this poem?
We own it. It's right in our backyard.
And to look out and imagine him sitting under that bridge, well, the bridge wasn't there, but in that spot, and writing it as he was looking at Fort McHenry is just, you can picture that.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
And I love, that's a great memorial, by the way. And the monument down there. It's a great thing to do. If you haven't done it, if you live here, get down there and check it out.
Sing the song right there.
You can do it.
You see a lot of people doing that, too, which is really
very cool. Yeah.
All right, well, another big unmasking on The Masked Singer. Coming up, we find out the identity of the polar bear.
But first, a clash between the Ravens players and the front office. Why the team's #1 wide receiver had some pointed words for the general manager.
One thing people see a lot by the dawn's early light, almost every dawn early light.
The sign saying coffee now. Let's take a coffee break.
I had an answer, that means I would probably have some better receivers, I guess. We keep trying. We've never really hit on that all-pro type of guy, which is disappointing, I would say. But it's not for lack of effort. We're going to just keep swinging, and hopefully at one of these points we'll hit the ball out of the park.
Those comments by Ravens general manager Eric DeCosta at the NFL Combine are not sitting well with Ravens wide receiver Rashad Bateman.
Maybe took it personal. He voiced his frustration on Twitter. In a now deleted tweet, mind you, he said in part, quote, "How about you play to your players' strength and stop pointing the finger at us?" And 8, "Blame the one you let do this." He then added, "Keep players healthy, care about them, and see what happens." While Bateman has missed a significant amount of time the last 2 seasons, he's shown a lot of potential when he is healthy.
South Carolina lawyer found guilty of murdering his wife and son. What to expect as the judge prepares to hand down a sentence for Alec Murdaugh.
A bill making its way through the House, drawing strong reaction from lawmakers. Coming up, where they disagree when it comes to juvenile crime.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, 8:01 on this Friday, March 3rd, and thank you for joining us from Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what's going on outside.
Yeah, tracking the rain showers are going to move in later today and into the later part of the evening as well. That's what we're looking at outside. A little cloud cover that's out there. We did have some sun earlier. We're going to stay dry for at least the next couple of hours. Numbers right now are mainly in the 30s and 40s as you step outside. You can see those temps across the state. 37 Cumberland, 38 Hagerstown. Most of us in the upper 30s along the Chesapeake, and even some lower 40s from Baltimore down through Annapolis. This is the HD radar where we're seeing some of those showers in Richmond out toward the western part of Maryland, where we're getting a little bit of light wintry precipitation. We have that ice storm warning for Garrett and Allegheny counties here through the afternoon and into the evening time. Over the next couple of hours for us here at home, we're talking about low to mid 40s, but notice that rain starts to pick up after about 11 a.m. So you got a couple of more hours of dry conditions. We'll talk about how long this rain sticks around and how it could impact the rest of your weekend. That's coming up in a few.
we've seen in the city of Baltimore is they have thrown out a prosecutor that refused to hold people accountable. We just saw the mayor of Chicago thrown out of office because she's not addressing violent crime. And so you ask, what's the difference between last year and this year? Well, people are starting to lose elections.
Continuing your Session 2023 coverage now this morning.
As Baltimore City and other areas across the state of Maryland see more juvenile offenders, a bill is now up for debate that would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing felony murder charges.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with that proposed bill and how lawmakers in Annapolis are now reacting to it. Shannon.
Yeah, this is a Democrat-sponsored bill, Megan, that is right now moving its way through the House. But the debate against it, even amongst some Democrats, has been swift. In fact, take a look at this response we received right here from Democrat Delegate Carl Jackson opposing the bill, saying, quote, "I believe that accountability must be at the center of any discussion regarding the criminal justice system." And even though the bill hasn't made its way to the Senate as of now, Republican Senator William Folden is already calling the bill irresponsible in its approach to holding juveniles responsible for their criminal actions.
They know the difference between right and wrong. They just aren't being held accountable, and they don't care about right or wrong.
Now, if passed, House Bill 1180 would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing felony murder charges. That is in line with comments from our new Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services, Vincent Schiraldi. And you'll remember that Schiraldi has said criminals should not be exposed to the adult justice system until they turn 21 or 25. Well, Republican Delegate Christopher Boucher is actually supporting the bill here, saying, quote, "If minors cannot consent to sex or sign contracts, why are we treating them as adults in the judicial system? I was a juvenile offender charged as an adult." Meanwhile, we continue to just see more and more violent crime amongst juveniles here in our state. In fact, in the first 2 months of this year, Megan and Tom, we know that there were close to 24 juveniles who were charged with either homicide, robbery, or a weapons charge.
So, Shannon, what's next for this bill then?
So as I mentioned, Megan, this bill is still moving through the House, so it's still up for debate. If it does pass the House, then it would then move into the Senate before it could pass both chambers. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. We want you to join our question of the day. Are lawmakers in Annapolis taking the crime crisis seriously enough? Right now, 98% of those who have responded say no. You can make your voice heard by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Turning now to counties under pressure. The person killed in a crash in White Marsh last Friday has been identified as a Roseville Elementary School teacher. Ramel Summerlin, or Mr. Summerlin, to the Roseville third graders, was in a car turning left on White Marsh Boulevard when he collided with a car coming from the opposite direction. The Baltimore County Police Department crash team says they are still investigating.
College Park Mayor Patrick Wuhan is handing in his resignation. This after he's facing 56 counts in child pornography bust. Prince George's County Police serving a warrant at his home Wednesday night, and he was arrested early yesterday morning. According to charging documents, the mayor had dozens of videos of young boys saved at his home. Neighbors were completely stunned after hearing about those charges.
I've known him since he's moved into the neighborhood, since way before he became mayor, and I'm shocked.
It's extremely gross and appalling, and it makes me deeply upset that we elect such a person in power.
Police traced the videos to the mayor through a social media account. Investigators say he admitted to owning the account once police confronted him. This morning, we could learn how long convicted killer Alec Murdaugh will spend in a South Carolina prison.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart is in our live center now, breaking down the final moments of that trial. Taylor?
Yeah, the sentencing for Alec Murdaugh now set for 9:30 this morning. The jury wasted no time in finding him guilty of 2 counts of murder. The relatively short deliberation period followed a lengthy trial that began late January. Now, we followed 6 weeks of testimony from 75 witnesses, including Murdaugh himself. The jury found him guilty in just 3 hours, finding him responsible of shooting and killing his wife, Margaret, and their youngest son, Paul, in June of 2021.
It doesn't matter who your family is. It doesn't matter how much money you have or people think you have. If you break the law, if you murder, then justice will be done in South Carolina.
And you could see Murdoch was pretty stoic while that verdict was read. He only turned around once to mouth, "I love you, I'm sorry," to his only surviving son, Buster. Buster watched his father leave in handcuffs as he wiped away tears. Prosecutors are calling this justice.
It went on so long, and then to end so quickly today is kind of dramatic.
And you still feel for their family. You know, they still have to live with this even after this day is over.
Now we're learning prosecutors are indicating they will likely not seek the death penalty for the 54-year-old disgraced attorney. They will seek life behind bars. The defense left rather quickly, not offering a comment yesterday, but we are told they plan to speak today after sentencing. That's going to begin again at 9:30 this morning. We'll update you here from the Live Center. Back to you.
Shocking body camera footage of a deadly crash following a police chase in East Baltimore. Why one police analyst says that the chase should not have even happened.
And Maryland's 7th congressional district is getting $24 million in federal funding for community-based projects. Why one watchdog says these funds may not be getting used properly.
Rain is not here yet. However, it will be later today, and we'll talk about how long the rain sticks around. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. Thanks for stopping by. Welcome back. 8:11 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Tracking rain showers that are moving in within the next couple of hours. Overall, we are seeing the clouds that have moved in already out in our Towson camera right now, looking right down York Road. Everything looking good. Temps are mainly in the 40s. We have some 30s out in western Maryland. These 40s are going to stick around with us, so it will definitely be a colder, rainier day. But if you do want to get a run or a jog in next couple of hours, we're still dry. Temperature staying in the low to mid 40s. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Remember, you can track severe storms even when we are not on air by downloading the free Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store and search WBFF to get started.
Baltimore County parents up in arms this morning over the potential school redistricting plans, the options currently on the table, and why the changes have parents so frustrated.
And want to check out these hot rods in person and for free? Why not, right? Fox 45 Morning News has you covered. Coming up next, we'll tell you how you can win free tickets to the Maryland Auto Show. 8:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. A15 and U.S. Representative Kwesi Mfume has secured almost $24 million in federal funding for 15 different community projects in Maryland's 7th Congressional District. Watchdog groups are now questioning if some of the funds are being used as, shall we say, pay to play. Well, joining us now, founder and CEO of OpenTheBooks.com, Adam Andrzejewski. Adam, thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Tom.
Good morning. Now, when you hear about a congressman securing, federal money for their constituents, that's a good thing. And a lot of people applaud that, say, hey, thanks. Bring some of the money back to us. Help us make these businesses grow and flourish. That's a good thing. You're saying, wait a minute here, right?
Yeah, it's done through a mechanism called earmarking. And at OpenTheBooks.com, we view earmarking as the currency of corruption in Congress. It's where members of Congress get to cherry pick and handpick local pet projects and use federal dollars to fund those. And here's our opinion. Local projects of merit should be funded locally and not by federal taxpayers. So you got the local member of Congress, Kwesi Mfume, and he earmarked 15 projects for $24 million. The top project was $4 million into Arena Playhouse, a local theater company. The fourth largest earmark was actually $2 million into the National Great Blacks in Wax Museum there locally in Baltimore. And so this organization, he says he earmarks these things based on profound success, and we've got questions on that, Tom.
Okay, well, and you also brought up something. In fact, you questioned Mfume. You sent him an email asking him about this because there's the timing of the Great Blacks Wax Museum, because he actually has a figure there in wax, and it costs a lot of money to actually build those.
Right. So we noticed that in 2022, the Great Blacks in Wax Museum came out with, and they commissioned, a wax statue of the congressman. In 2023, $2 million goes on an earmark to the museum. So we had questions. We reached out to the congressman, and what he said was that this statue was commissioned by his aunt 25 years ago before she died. She paid for it, and then it was just commissioned now, and it's separate. The two transactions are totally separate, and there's no conflict of interest. So look, the congressman now, with his wax statue, is up there right next to Thurgood Marshall, the former U.S. Supreme Court justice. When these wax museums go on the road, like to Florida, it's the congressman, it's Thurgood Marshall, and it's other prominent figures that go on the road and highlight the congressman. So the congressman says that there's no conflict of interest. It still looks like a favor factory to us.
Well, I mean, and I know that we do have the response. While you were talking about that response from Mfume, I thought we were going to show that. He actually wrote back, which is rare for somebody to do this. And here's what he had said some. But while this is up here, let's talk about this, Adam, though, because when you talk about earmarks happen across the entire nation. This is nothing different, though, for a congressman to come back. So why is there such a big question mark when he came back with $14 million? I mean, other congressmen and congressperson have come back with much more than that for their constituents.
So specific to this specific earmark into the National Great Blacks in Wax Museum, they'd actually lost money for a number of years. The latest IRS disclosure has them upside down in the red by nearly $250,000, $241,000 in the red. So this $2 million earmark, it looks less like an earmark and more like a bailout for the local organization.
And that's the big question mark right there. It's almost like when people start questioning the United States Postal Service. You lose billions every year. We keep funding it. Do we really need to keep it? This is a little bit more localized here, and the fact that he has the figure. But Adam Andrzejewski, thank you so much for bringing this to light. We appreciate it. And the response from the congressman.
Yeah, kudos to the congressman for responding. Look, the head counts of police officers, there's not enough police officers on the street, trash is being picked up, once every 2 weeks. Was this really the best use of $2 million of federal money?
Gotcha. Good question. Thank you.
All right, 8:19, and it is time to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers here talking about the weekend forecast. Not the greatest tonight. Maybe, watch a movie, right? Stay inside, movie.
Good idea to do that for sure, guys. Strongly recommend it because we're going to be dealing with a lot of rain, especially the heavier rain that's going to be around tonight. So we've got 2 rounds of kind of moderate to heavy rain. I'll show you that on our future scan in just a moment. No rain right now. Our live cam over downtown Baltimore from the Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, looking out at my Charm City tank shot. We do have the clouds that are hanging around, and our numbers temperature-wise are in the lower 40s. That's pretty much where we're going to stay today. We really don't get much warmer. It's weird. We actually will get warmer by about 9 or 10 o'clock tonight than what we will see later this afternoon. So here's your HD radar, which is still pretty quiet, but notice we are picking up a few light showers in parts of western Maryland. That's when we have the ice storm warning through 11 o'clock tonight for Garrett and parts of Allegheny County. Also winter weather advisories, and you're seeing some of that pink mix in right there as we speak. So that's some of that moisture that is starting to move a little bit closer. Notice there's still a line of showers down through Richmond, Virginia. All of this is going to track toward our area and the 95 corridor within the next couple of hours. Meanwhile, the strong storms continue in parts of Tennessee, Kentucky, up into the Ohio River Valley. That's the next weather maker that is going to be impacting us right here at home. This is our hourly future scan. So 10 o'clock this morning, notice a couple of light showers starting to sneak into Columbia, Laurel, down into D.C. and into parts of Anne Arundel County. And then we'll see it right over Baltimore City and County by about noon today. This is that first round of the kind of light to moderate rain, those areas in yellow indicating some heavier downpours. And then as we take you into the later part of the afternoon, kind of a steady off and on rain is what we'll see through 5 p.m. Will be wet for your evening commute. And then if you're heading out late tonight, 10, 11 o'clock, this is when the heaviest rain is going to be here. This is the last of it, but it will definitely be some of that heavy rain that'll be through the area into the later evening for your Friday. So golfers, you probably have a couple of hours before that rain rolls in if you do want to try to sneak out, even just hit a quick bucket of balls. Numbers, however, staying mainly in the 40s with chilly temperatures this afternoon. We got to the mid-60s yesterday, and we're only going to see the low to mid-40s for us for the afternoon. But the good news is our temperatures are going to warm right back up into the 50s tomorrow, upper 50s Sunday. Sunday looks great. Monday and Tuesday also not looking too bad with temps in the lower 60s and keeping that well above average trend going. You can see this. This is the wider picture on our future scan. So we're in that warm front or that warm sector that's going to be moving in tonight. That's when we'll see those warmer temperatures. And then tomorrow, tomorrow. The wind is going to be with us in the morning, really kind of blowing everything out of here. But our temperatures do warm up, and we'll have more sunshine for the afternoon. Sunday and Monday, as I mentioned, both looking pretty nice. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. So after the rain for today and tonight, really our next chance for rain maybe on Tuesday. But overall, it's a pretty dry week that we have ahead. Looking ahead to next weekend, that looks a little more interesting. We'll be talking about that coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. One of hip-hop's founding...
And we're here at the American Craft Made Marketplace this morning, and right now we're actually going to check out one of the textile booths, and we're actually going to meet the artist herself. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$8.25, and you can explore unique artwork and find your next homemade treasure.
The 46th American Craft Made Marketplace is happening this weekend. This morning for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson, perusing live at the Baltimore Convention Center. What are you finding?
Yes, finding some really cool pieces, plus some incredible artwork, but we're also meeting some of the artists. And that's one of the cool things about coming out to the marketplace if you are going to come out this weekend, because you can actually learn about the art. I'm here with you, and we're surrounded by your beautiful scarves. They really are pieces of art. You have some incredible pieces here. So how do you go about coming about your designs?
Oh, thank you so much for interviewing me. There is a pandemic, you know that,
Yes.
and I started to write a essay called Letters, and I write essay every month and send it out to my customers.
Okay.
And according to that, I also will see these are the monthly scarves, and each month I draw that in
your book.
In a book.
That is very cool. And if people come out to your booth this weekend, they can learn more about this. Plus, they can see your incredible designs. How do you go about creating these beautiful scarves?
Well, these are all each seasonal things, so the colors are different, and also has actually a little bit more complicating story behind. For example, these are kimchi. Kimchi,
Very
that's
cool.
a food, and these are radish.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I can see it.
You can see that. And this one is goldfish.
Oh, yes. I see
And
the
this
pattern.
is okay. So this one is strawberry shortcake.
Very
so
cool.
yeah, so strawberry is I think it's April. April is the seasonal food.
It matches up with the season.
And it's going on. It's a little bit more philosophical, like that. And these are again a lot of food because I have a lot of thoughts. During the COVID pandemic, we have a lot of time, and so food, you cook something that you really appreciate it. At the same time, think about all your mental
and created some beautiful artwork.
And that's right.
Awesome.
To my customers.
Well, you've got lots to tell people. If you want to come and meet you for yourself this weekend, you can head over to our website to find out the details on how to do that. Head over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And I know we're short on time, but I wanted to point out these cool scarves. They're like pieces of artwork, and they were actually featured in New York. So
no way.
incredible pieces of artwork here. And they're scarves.
This is what craft show walking around is like. You just venture through all kinds of stuff.
Find something. I was thinking my mother-in-law right there.
And you learn
Scarves
stuff.
in the book.
Yes.
Thank you, Amy. Well, speaking of scarves, you may need those lighter ones. Maybe, probably not. Rain, showers, colder temperatures for your Friday evening. Meteorologist Justin Chambers picking out exactly what movies we should be watching tonight, and then when things will dry up in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Dramatic footage from a deadly police chase being shown for the first time. Coming up, where one expert says officers went wrong. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News on this Friday, March 3rd. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Now let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at our forecast heading into the weekend.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. We're talking about rain that's going to be here later this morning and especially through the middle of the afternoon and again this evening. So just be ready for that. We're looking dry right now as we look out at the Francis Scott Key Bridge on our national anthem's birthday right here. Of course, we love that. It's in our backyard, that flag is. 38 your temp in Owens Mills, 39 Cockeysville, lower 40s for Woodlawn over to Baltimore and Rosedale, right at 41 in Essex and Middle River. So on your out and about cast, you got a couple of more hours before that rain rolls in. Notice notice right about 11 a.m. is when we'll start to get wet out there. And then the heaviest rain comes in the middle of the day with another round for tonight. We're only going to be in the 40s. We'll stay in the 40s, essentially, back to the mid-50s. A lot more sunshine for tomorrow, even though it's windy. And then Sunday looks great. We're going to be at almost 60 degrees, so a nice way to wrap up the weekend. I'm already planning to get the grill fired up on Sunday afternoon. Hope you do the same. Back with your full forecast in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network now, and we're following a crash. This is involving a tractor trailer on the outer loop right near Harford Road. We've got a live look at that situation there. You can see the tractor trailer on the shoulder. The good news is traffic is getting by, just something we're keeping an eye on there.
St. Clair, traveling at a high rate of speed. It looks like it's going to go southbound on Wolf Ave.
Turning now to a city in crisis, the tense moments leading up to a fatal police chase in Baltimore.
For the first time, investigators are sharing this security video and this body camera footage from the deadly crash.
The footage shows the moments the fleeing suspects slam into a second car before then hitting a pedestrian, which we're not going to show that part. And then finally, you can see that building just come toppling down.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with a deeper dive into what led up to the crash and why experts say this chase should not have happened in the first place. Shannon.
Yeah, a former cop that we spoke with, Taylor, says this chase should not have happened because of what Baltimore police officers knew at the time of the chase. Well, unfortunately, it did happen, and it left 5 people hurt. 1 person was killed. We're going to get you back to that dramatic video, but first, a warning that some of what you are about to see may be disturbing.
Yeah, just got a car, collapsed building. Building just fell on it, north and Wolf. Get some units, a couple medics. Let me see it! Let me see it! Let me see it!
You are watching the high-speed chase of a stolen vehicle that's happening in East Baltimore last month. That stolen car you can see slamming into an unsuspecting driver and a pedestrian who was just walking along North Avenue. Now, guns drawn, police got out, rushing in, but quickly realized that this is a life-saving mission, one that former police officer Melissa Pinkleton says could have been prevented.
If it's for a traffic infraction, a property crime, in general, that should not even turn into a pursuit. In most departments in the country, they're not allowed to chase, officers are not allowed to chase anymore for property crimes because of fatalities and injury accidents that have happened to innocent citizens over the years.
In fact, according to BPD's pursuit policy, pursuing a stolen car is prohibited if it is the initial violation. And in this video, one officer can even be heard telling the others to stop the chase. So we have reached out to police to find out if there were circumstances outside of their pursuit policy that would have caused these officers to chase this stolen vehicle. We also asked if any of the officers involved have been disciplined. We have not heard back. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. The new police video comes one day after the City Board of Estimates approved a $6 million settlement with the estate of a man killed in a chase involving gun trace task force officers. It was a similar situation where a car was being pursued, crashed into another car unrelated to the investigation. Then breaking up of the disgraced gun trace task force resulted in top to bottom reviews of the department, including vehicle pursuit policies.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, some Baltimore County parents are speaking up against redistricting plans that could result in their child changing schools. Part of this plan includes building a new middle school impacting dozens of nearby schools. Of 4 proposed plans, only 1 keeps the area's elementary school students attending nearby Pine Grove Middle School. But distance is not the only issue, considering many students are still trying to play catch up after a long period of academic home instruction.
There's nothing wrong with the schools or the communities. It just feels like the goal that we've been told by BCPS is to keep historical communities together. This sort of just destroys ours. Our kids are finally getting their legs under them. They're finally getting relationships going again.
Now, BCPS says its redistricting committee is still finalizing the plans. They're offering a number of opportunities for parents to have input, starting with 2 public information sessions set for next week.
And Arundel County is also working on redistricting plans. The school system is releasing an online tool for members of the public to comment and review 2 different potential scenarios. Leaders there say the changes are necessary to balance enrollment in its schools and open new ones. For more information, you can head to foxbaltimore.com.
Now, later this morning, we expect to learn the fate of Alec Murdaugh. He was found guilty in the murders of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul. Murdaugh was leaving the courthouse yesterday, just minutes after that verdict was read. And a lawyer for several of Murdaugh's financial victims predicted this fate. They said after just 3 hours of deliberating, that jury found him guilty of murder. The prosecution pleased with the outcome.
I would not be surprised if he gets life without parole. And at that point, now you've got 90 some odd financial crimes. People say allegedly Alec did it. Alec stole these people's money. He betrayed their trust, whether it was going to cost them their life or not.
Judge Clifton Newman denying the defense's motion for a mistrial. He says there's been, quote, an overwhelming amount of testimony and evidence presented to the jury.
And our criminal justice system worked tonight. It gave a voice to Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, who were brutally mowed down and murdered on the night of June 7th, 2021 by someone that they loved and someone that they trusted.
We are told the defense does plan to speak today after sentencing. Again, that begins at 9:30 this morning Eastern time. Of course, we'll be sure to bring you that live here and online. That's the latest from the Live Center. You have got to listen to daily episodes of our sister station's award-winning podcast, The Murdaugh Murders, Money and Mystery. It highlights the major developments each day in the courtroom leading up to this verdict. Scan that QR code on your screen. Search Murdaugh anywhere you can get your podcast.
A partisan split over public safety. The ongoing debate in Annapolis over a new crime bill.
And it's a chilly start to your morning. Rain is on the way. Meteorologist Dustin Chambers tracking how long this wet weather will stick around in his full weather authority forecast. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. 8:41 is your time right now. Looking down at Camden Yards. Before you know it, we'll be doing some baseball there and other great things happening as we get into the warmer season. Now, look, we were in the 60s yesterday. We're going to keep the 30s and 40s around for most of the day today. Right there, 43 in Baltimore City and Annapolis, 40 in Columbia. We're tracking the rain showers that start to move in over the next couple of hours. And notice those temperatures stay very steady here, so a below average day temperature-wise. Back with your full forecast and a nicer second half of the weekend. We'll talk about that coming up.
A new bill in the General Assembly could help save hundreds of lives in Maryland. The crucial testing not currently performed in hospitals for potential overdose patients.
And the NCAA issues their first null infraction for the University of Miami. Why the ruling is getting so much attention and the possibility of other universities facing similar violations. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Taking a live look over Miami, the home of the University of Miami. And last Friday, the school was placed on probation for 1 year after the school and NCAA officials said women's basketball coaches inadvertently helped arrange contracts between Booster and two players. Now, they signed with the Hurricanes. It's the first time the NCAA has announced a penalty related to an investigation into name, image, and likeness deals, also known as NIL. The NCAA probed those actions of John Ruiz, who signed several Miami athletes to NIL deals. Among them are women's basketball players, TikTok stars Haley and Havana Cavender. Joining us live this morning to weigh in, Doug Eldridge, sports agent with DLE Agency. Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. But I'm curious to know why this violation was given out in the first place. I mean, people use their likeness all the time.
Right. It's a really inconsistent enforcement of a murky rule, which is to say, I don't think we're going to see a lot of this because the NCAA is going to find itself not only losing in the court of public opinion, but losing in the court of law when this is challenged. This was ultimately a an agreed to punishment to avoid filing lawsuits to block this. It's, you know, when all this came about following the Supreme Court decision a couple of summers ago, I said this is going to be the Wild West in terms of marketing and enforcement of NIL rights. And I think that's what we're starting to see. Everybody's scratching their head because the players weren't sanctioned. The booster wasn't distanced from the program. It was a nominal $5,000 fee, and the head coach had to sit out the first 3 games of the season. It was almost a slap on the wrist just to say we enforced it.
Well, do you feel like any rules were broken in this case?
Well, see, that's the other catch-22 as well. This happened before the standards were lowered. So it's almost as if, you know, we know a law changes or a rule change is coming in place. So we want to get this punishment through the system quickly because it's no longer going to be applicable under the new standards. As it's written, I mean, technically you can find a violation in almost any transfer portal transaction and almost any inducement under the NIL scheme, which is why the NCAA has to adapt their enforcement regulations to accommodate the new NIL standards. If you try to enforce the old laws on the new way of doing business, and let's be clear, college sports is a multi-billion-dollar business. The NCAA does $1 billion alone during March Madness. Then you have to adapt and evolve, or you're going to keep running into these archaic problems, and the NCAA is going to make itself even more irrelevant than it already is.
And students are ultimately cashing in on this with these TikTok deals and what have you. Do you think other universities could face similar violations?
I think it's inevitable. Again, there are some, just like in football, right? You can find holding on every single play of the game if you look close enough. There are these violations that they're not always deliberate and nefarious. I mean, it's just transactional stuff, and especially if you're talking about 18, 19, 20-year-old kids, and I say that respectfully, not condescendingly. They see an opportunity, they see $1, this is brand new for them, they jump at it. And sometimes they jump with both feet without looking before they cross the marketing street, so to speak. And obviously, look, it's in these universities' best interest to get into top talent. And in the case of the Twins, not only are they great on the court, but you're talking about tens of millions of followers. They've already inked a deal with the WWE, which is the World Wrestling Entertainment, in their talent development pipeline. I mean, they are an absolute brand and a draw, so it creates eyeballs, and with it, eyeballs is interest, and interest is dollars. Right. So everybody's incentivized in this equation to bring in top talent and top entertainment to the university. So it's going to be difficult to enforce. Long answer to a short question. The reality is it's going to be difficult enforcement. It's not as binary as it used to be.
All right, we'll leave it right there. Thanks, Doug Eldridge with DLE Agency, Achilles PR. Appreciate you. All right, let's get over to the forecast. It's kind of rainy outside, a little foggy, or are we going to see more rain or what?
Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. It's
not
okay
raining
right now, but later all that's going to come into play.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We're talking about the rain moving in by midday today and later on into the afternoon and again into the evening time as well. Our weather headlines, that's what we're talking about. Numbers in the lower 40s here right now, only in the mid 40s as we get later into the afternoon. So those rain showers moving in, colder afternoon temperatures. Good news is we're drying out for the weekend. So only raining for today, not the entire weekend. What we are seeing right now on our HD radar is a little bit of that wintry mix already in parts of Garrett and Allegheny counties. That's where we're seeing that potential for an ice storm. And the ice storm warning goes until 11 o'clock tonight. That's the darker purple there for parts of Allegheny and all of Garrett County. So we've got winter weather advisories as well. If you're traveling to that part of the state, just know that's where we could see some wintry precipitation. We've got now tornado watches, the yellow area here through Nashville up into Kentucky through the afternoon. That's where this line of storms is moving through. And this is our next weather maker that's going to bring us the rain, not the thunderstorms, but folks there definitely getting ready for that. And it comes on the anniversary of a major tornado outbreak in downtown Nashville. That was 3 years ago to the day. All right, here's a look at our hourly future scan. We are seeing those clouds hanging around through 10 o'clock this morning. As we take you to noon, that's when some of those rain showers will start to begin. So you got a couple of more hours of dry conditions. More of that rain continues to move through in the middle of the day, even some moderate to heavy rain at times. A couple of scattered showers off and on into your Friday afternoon and evening time. And then another round of the real heavy rain comes in about 9, 10 o'clock tonight. So this is definitely going to be a night to kind of stay in, or if you have outdoor or evening dinner plans, just make sure to have that rain gear ready. Unfortunately, our temps don't get very much better. We'll keep the upper 30s and low to mid 40s throughout most of the region in Carroll and Baltimore counties. Down into Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're also going to see those low to mid 40s for your highs this afternoon. We actually will get warmer tonight before we actually see those numbers that will be back into the 50s by tomorrow. So let's check that 7-day forecast for you. We're back to 54. We start very windy tomorrow morning, but we will dry out nicely and and by the afternoon, that wind calms down a little bit, high of about 54. Upper 50s, less wind. Sunday looks great. Monday, Tuesday, into the lower 60s with calm conditions. Not really tracking much rain after today's rain. May see a stray shower or two by next Tuesday. All right, time to take a look at a view through your window. This is a great shot of Vegas, the puppy, and Jennifer sent that picture in. Thank you so much for posting that. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that chime in code right there on your screen.
I know. Another big unmasking on The Masked Singer. Now we learned the polar bear was none other than hip-hop legend Grandmaster Flash.
That was awesome. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark joins us live in studio. And Mark, you actually got to talk to the one and only Grandmaster Flash.
That's right. I talked to the legend, Grandmaster Flash, one of the, underneath the polar bear, able to ask him about his time on The Masked Singer. And he said he had a great time on the show.
But this Masked Singer thing, I would have to say, was probably more of a greater experience than anything that I've ever done, Mark. It kind of forced me to bring back my childlike thing. And as adults, when we become adults, Mark, we pay our bills, we pay our mortgage, we take care of tuitions, we do as fathers and as mothers, and we just kind of forget our childlike.
Guys, do you think that is the magic behind this whole show, that basically, regardless of the age, that the stars and everybody has like a childlike experience? Is that what you think it is?
I do.
That's the magic of life. I think that's how you keep life going.
Oh, wow.
Look at childlike wonder in everything you do.
I agree.
Okay, Sage.
Justin?
I think that's true, yeah. I mean, I love how on the 50th anniversary of hip-hop that Grandmaster Flash was there. It's very fitting that this year we're celebrating that and that he was there.
Exactly.
Very nice.
Love
All right,
it.
Mark, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Brew-hoo! Up next, how inflation is impacting America's ale industry.
Can't talk about that on a Friday.
I know.
Spring is almost here, though. Warmer weather means it's time to put away the coats and sweaters, bust out the T-shirts and shorts. And our next hour, how to make sure that your clothes look fabulous during the warmer months.
And whether you like it hot or iced, coffee tastes fabulous all year long.
That's for sure. It's time now for a coffee break. For some of that. It is 8:56, topping your morning business report. Ford is restarting production of its electric F-150 pickups. Production will kick in again the Monday after next. That's more than a month after a battery issue caused a fire. The company says none of the F-150s already delivered were affected. Tesla is teasing its next generation vehicle. The company revealing an ambitious goal to spend nearly $150 billion to sell 20 million vehicles a year within 7 years. Tesla didn't have a timeline for a more affordable electric vehicle, and though the company plans new models, it didn't reveal any details about it. Inflation is apparently causing some people to buy less beer. What? The parent company of Budweiser, that is, says that beer sales in North America were down more than 8% in the recent quarter. It also saw sales decline in China, where beer sales were impacted by COVID restrictions. Texas-based chain Whataburger is being named the maker of the healthiest fast food cheeseburger. A survey conducted by gambling.com, interesting that they did that study, analyzed burgers based on sugar, fat, salt, and calorie count. In-N-Out came in second, Checkers in third. If you're a fan of Wendy's, be warned, their cheeseburger ranks last in the health category. But what are you going for when you go to fast food? Taste. It is time now for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
I'm so excited to bring back one of our top sellers, one of our very top sellers, the Solar Wave. Now, this little device, so good. This little device uses red light therapy, warmth and massage, as well as microcurrent to stimulate your skin to improve those fine lines, wrinkles, and tighten everything. All I can say, we see a ton of products. People send us everything, and we found this superstar just for you. I know the beauty space is really overwhelming. So we did all the work for you. We curated this product. The before and afters speak for themselves. And it's not only great for your face, but it's also great for your neck and your chest areas. And these are areas we often ignore. All you have to do, just wait for it, is use it for 5 minutes a day. That's it. And you will start to see results. You just have to roll it over your face. That's it. I keep it right by my nightstand. You can feel it working on your skin, the tightening, absolutely relaxing. It just feels good. Now, we all love finding at-home beauty tools that we can use without going to the spa and spending all that extra money or all that extra time. We're offering 33% off the Solar Wave. I would advise all of you to buy this now because it's not going to last. So to take advantage of this deal and so many more, go to asadeals.com.
Well, it is 9 o'clock, and we're following three big stories for you now. Lawmakers in Annapolis debating a controversial bill that would restrict the charges a person could face based on their age. The concerns from those on both sides of the aisle.
And fighting the growing drug epidemic, the new bill that could drastically change how overdose patients are treated.
And if you live in Baltimore County and like your child's school, that could soon be changing for some of you. The proposed restriction redistricting plan that could shift where students attend. Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Oh, it's 9 o'clock on this Friday, March 3rd. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at what will be a rainy forecast.
Yeah, rainy afternoon is what we're going to see, guys. Next couple of hours, that rain's going to move in. We've been dry most of the morning. We saw the sun earlier. Now those clouds have rolled in. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, really pretty shot here. Nice kind of calm conditions. That wind has been kicking up and has been staying with us through most of the last couple of hours. Our temps mainly in the low to mid 40s, and this is about it. This is all we get today. We're not going to warm up. The warmer temperatures actually will come tonight in the overnight hours. So we're going to stay mainly in the 40s through the afternoon. Definitely colder than what we saw yesterday in the last couple of days. Rain showers moving in. We do dry out as we head into the weekend, so it's not going to be an entire washout for your weekend. And you're out and about, Cash. You can see next couple of hours, we'll keep those temperatures in the 40s, but that rain starting just about 11 a.m. and right through midday today. Back with your full forecast. We'll take you through that future scan. That way you know exactly when the rain could impact your neighborhood.
We're here calling on our colleagues to take action, to join us in taking action
to stop violent crime.
Now, continuing your Session 2023 coverage, as Baltimore City and other areas across the state of Maryland see more juvenile offenders, a bill now up for debate would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing any felony murder charges.
Shannon Lee joins us with those proposed changes and how lawmakers in Annapolis are reacting to it. Shannon.
Yeah, this is a Democrat-sponsored bill moving its way right now through the House, but the debate against it, even amongst some Democrats, has been swift. In fact, take a look at this response that we received from Democrat Delegate Carl Jackson opposing the bill, saying, quote, "I believe that accountability must be at the center of any discussion regarding the criminal justice system." And even though the bill hasn't made its way to the Senate as of now, Republican Senator William Folden is already calling the bill irresponsible in its approach to holding juveniles responsible for their criminal actions.
They know the difference between right and wrong. They just aren't being held accountable, and they don't care about right or wrong.
Now, if passed, House Bill 1180 would prevent anyone under the age of 25 from facing felony murder charges. That's in line with comments from our new Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Services, Vincent Schiraldi. You'll remember that Schiraldi has said criminals should not be exposed to the adult justice system until they turn 21 or 25. Well, Republican delegate Christopher Boucher is supporting this bill, saying, quote, "If minors cannot consent to sex or sign contracts, why are we treating them as adults in the judicial system? I was a juvenile offender charged as an adult." Meanwhile, we just continue to see more violent crime across the state involving juveniles. In fact, in just the first 2 months of this year, nearly 24 juveniles have been charged with either homicide, robbery, or a weapons charge. Reporting in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
At our 7 o'clock hour, we spoke with Baltimore City State Attorney Ivan Bates about his push in Annapolis to raise the maximum penalty from 3 to 5 years for people convicted of illegal gun offenses. The current law sets different standards based on a defendant's age. Someone between 18 to 20 years old could face a maximum penalty of 5 years, while someone under 21 could face 3 years. Bates spoke about the importance of analyzing data when introducing this type of legislation.
People talk about data. Academics talk about data, but they've never shown us their data. This is my data right here, the United States Sentencing Commission. It's the most in-depth report that ever talks about recidivism ever done. 20 years of study, and they say the magic number is 5. 5 years is the magic number. I'm asking for 5 years to give me a tool in the toolbox to fight crime.
We want you to join our question of the day. Are lawmakers in Annapolis taking the crime crisis seriously enough? Right now, 99% of those who voted say no. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to make your voice heard.
Also in Annapolis, new bipartisan bill aims to help in the fight against the drug epidemic. Maryland is now recording more than 2,000 overdose deaths a year. Now, if this bill becomes law, it would require hospitals conducting drug tests in overdose patients to include testing for fentanyl.
A new report by the University of Maryland's Center for Substance Abuse Research finds that most emergency departments are screening only 5% of overdose patients for fentanyl. And when fentanyl tests were conducted, positivity rates exceed 40%.
Currently, hospitals do not automatically test for fentanyl in overdose cases. Those who have lost loved ones to this drug, though, say the test could have a massive impact on treatment.
The entire reason I even want to do this bill and want this bill to pass is so that someone else can be saved. This bill couldn't have saved Josh, but it really does have the potential to save so many other people. And if we can save one life is worth saving.
Proponents of the bill say increased testing could also provide more accurate data on the drug crisis that we're facing and help ensure survivors can get on a path to recovery. Governor Wes Moore is backing this bill.
Even though it's been 27 years, I still, it feels like yesterday.
Continuing coverage this morning, 27 years after her twin sister was shot in the back of her head. while sitting in her car in a lot on York Road. Jennifer Carreri is still struggling to understand who would murder her sister. According to police, a witness saw a black male about 200 pounds take an item from her car and drive away. Detectives failed to find a match for a fingerprint that was found in the victim's car. Carreri has spent the time since launching her own search for the killer, erecting billboards offering six-figure awards and appearing on international media.
It boggles my mind how her case isn't solved. I mean, I feel the Boy Scouts could have solved her case like day one. Family members shouldn't have to solve murders, you know. But I couldn't stand just standing, you know, just waiting for, you know, for nothing happening.
Detectives say this is their largest unsolved case file on record. In a statement from county police, they called the case, quote, an open investigation, and detectives believe someone has information that can help solve this case. If you have information, call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. Following our top stories this morning, counties under pressure.
Yeah, first, the person killed in a crash in White Marsh last Friday has now been identified as Rossville Elementary School teacher Ramel Summerlin, or Mr. Summerlin, to his Rossville third graders, was in a car that was turning left on White Marsh Boulevard when it collided with a car coming from the opposite direction. Now, the tweet is, it's heartbreaking, as you can see right there. The Baltimore County Police Department crash team is still investigating.
College Park Mayor Patrick Huhan is handing in his resignation. He faces 56 counts in child pornography. Prince George's County Police served a warrant at his home Wednesday night, and he was arrested early yesterday morning. According to charging documents, the mayor had dozens of videos of young boys saved at his home. Neighbors completely stunned about hearing these charges.
I've known him since he's moved into the neighborhood, since way before he became mayor, and I'm shocked.
It's extremely gross and appalling, and it makes me deeply upset that we elect such a person in power.
Police traced the videos to the mayor through social media accounts, and investigators say he admitted to owning the account once police confronted him.
Now in Baltimore County, police need your help finding this 73-year-old woman. Take a moment to look at your screen. She is named Sophia Tate Vroom. She was last seen yesterday morning in Randallstown area. She's about 5'5" and weighs about 150 pounds. If you have any information, you're asked to contact police. The number is right there at the bottom of your screen. That's 410-307-2020.
From the Live Center this morning, in just 30 minutes, the sentencing for Alec Murdaugh set to begin. It took the 12 jurors less than 3 hours to find him guilty. Prosecutors are now indicating they will seek life in prison, not the death penalty for 54-year-old disgraced attorney Alec Murdaugh. The relatively short deliberation period followed a lengthy trial. It began late January, included 6 weeks of testimony from 75 different witnesses, including Murdaugh himself. Ultimately, the jury found him guilty of shooting and killing his wife, Margaret, and their youngest son, Paul, in June of 2021.
It doesn't matter who your family is. It doesn't matter how much money you have or people think you have. If you break the law, if you murder, then justice will be done in South Carolina.
Murdaugh was stoic while that verdict was read, only turning around once to mouth, "I love you, I'm sorry," to his only surviving son, Buster. Buster watched his father leave in handcuffs as he wiped tears away.
It went on so long, and then to end so quickly today is kind of dramatic.
And you still feel for their family. You know, they still have to live with this even after this day is over.
The defense left quickly. They did not offer a comment yesterday, but we are expecting them to speak today. They should speak after the sentencing. Again, that begins at 9:30 this morning. That's the latest from the Live Center.
Well, you really need to listen to the daily episodes of our sister station's award-winning podcast, The Murdaugh Murders, Money and Mystery. They highlight the major developments each day in court leading up to yesterday's verdict, and they go beyond. You can just scan that QR code on your screen and search Murdaugh anywhere you get your podcasts.
Alrighty, let's get one more check of your traffic and your weather.
That's right. Justin Chambers talking about movie night tonight. What movie haven't you seen in a while that you would recommend?
Well, it's interesting you asked that, Tom and Taylor, because Jess and I were just talking about last night, and we saw that there was an ad for that Babylon movie.
Yes.
With, with Brad Pitt or whatever. I don't know who else.
Brad
Margot
Pitt?
Robbie's in it. What?
What?
She said Brad Pitt. That's the only time she's ever listened to you before. She said, wait, Brad Pitt?
It's thrown off because Taylor never listens.
I heard that one, though.
But we have Paramount Plus for free, and I was like, oh, cool. Let's check off those movies that we have for free for like the next 5 months until our trial's out. So that's what I think we're doing.
All right.
That's a good one.
Easy. Calm down. Jeez. All right, Towson Cam, good morning to you. Got that cloud cover that is out there right now. Overall, we are seeing that rain that's going to move in within the next couple of hours, but we're still dry. Our temps chilly, 30s and 40s for Cumberland over to Baltimore City, 45 Salisbury down the ocean, 52 in Norfolk. So those numbers are not really doing much today. They're kind of staying very steady. If you do want to get that run or the jog in the next couple of hours, getting the dogs outside before the rain rolls in, you have about an hour and a half or so because we'll definitely be tracking more of that rain that's coming. And you can see that too on our out and aboutcast numbers staying in the 40s through the later part of the day. So a below average day temperature wise, but good news is tomorrow we're going to be right back above average. We'll talk more about that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, still ahead, the debt ceiling debate continues. We go live to Washington, where lawmakers still fighting over how to handle the nation's trillions.
And Democrats are responding to accusations from the GOP. They're misusing funds, is what they say. The president is saying about this. Coming up, you're watching Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
.9:15 developing now. Latest on the debt ceiling debate. Democratic West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin blasting President Joe Biden on how he's handling the country's debt crisis.
Sinclair national correspondent Kayla Gaskin joins us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, Manchin's calling for a compromise. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Senator Joe Manchin from West Virginia saying there needs to be a compromise between the two parties about raising the debt ceiling. He's standing firm in his view that a bipartisan budget is the best way to get government spending under control. Earlier this week, President Joe Biden saying that he was going to raise some taxes, and while he didn't get specific, he did suggest billionaires would be paying more. Now, Joe Manchin reacting to that statement by saying you cannot tax your way out of debt. Manchin also pointing out that at this pace, by 2050, we'll have $130 trillion of national debt and we'll be spending $5 trillion a year. And those interest rates alone, or those interest figures alone, are unsurvivable. President Biden is set to reveal his complete budget proposal to the House next Thursday.
Joe Manchin back at it again. Okay, Kayla, Republican senators accusing the Biden administration, though, of using some money meant to build chip factories to advance partisan ideas. How's the White House responding?
Well, the Biden administration is saying that some elements of this, like requiring recipients to offer child care and encouraging union labor, will improve the likelihood of attracting companies to build these semiconductor factories, and it will also help attract people to work in those factories. And those are two key factors that will determine the semiconductor bill's success. Republicans, on the other hand, are countering this by saying, for example, that the administration is trying to squeeze in woke priorities and cater to their base. GOP lawmakers also pointing out these priorities will make building the semiconductor plants more expensive and thus might deter companies from doing so.
Kayla Gassens on Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Time right now, just about 9:17 on your Friday morning, getting you into the first weekend of the brand new month. We do have rain that we have to deal with. In fact, you can already see those clouds. It's already getting a little bit darker out there. We did see that sun pop out for a little bit today. Temps are in the 40s right now, and they're going to stay in the 40s for most of the rest of the day. So overall, kind of a chilly afternoon. The cold rain that we're talking about, you can see on our HD radar, we had a little bit of a wintry mix in parts of Garrett and Allegheny counties. That's where we still have the ice storm warning. This goes until 11 o'clock tonight for those areas in dark purple, parts of Allegheny and all of Garrett County underneath that ice storm warning. Winter weather advisories as well for those mountain locations. Now, this is all part of a large weather maker that is bringing the severe weather to parts of Tennessee and Kentucky. You can see that line of storms, all the areas in yellow from Nashville down through Birmingham and up into Kentucky under the tornado watch through about 1 o'clock this afternoon. And then we've got wind warnings. I mean, this is going to be a pretty strong storm that it will be very dynamic as it moves closer to us. Now, for us, we're just talking about the rain, and you got another hour and a half or so before that rain really starts rolling in, but you'll start to see it here by the late 10, 11 o'clock hour into Laurel, down through Annapolis into D.C., and moving right into the Baltimore region through about noon and 1 o'clock. And notice those areas in yellow indicating some more moderate rain. Then we'll see just kind of off and on steady showers throughout the day today with those low clouds hanging around. Another round of the heavier rain. This is about 9 o'clock tonight. Westminster down into Baltimore, the yellows and even the reds indicating some more of that moderate rain. That's going to continue through about 11 p.m. So we're definitely getting a good amount of rain from this storm, but most of this will happen tonight. You can see that southerly wind picking up. The warmest temperatures will actually be in the evening today, for your Friday. So overall, 44 later into the afternoon. Temperatures definitely below average, and you can see those numbers in the low to mid 40s across central Maryland for your highs. Good news is our temperature tracker tracks up. 54 tomorrow, upper 50s on Sunday, lower 60s into Monday and Tuesday. So we've got some very nice weather coming after we get through this rainy day today. This is kind of the larger picture, and this is that warm front that's going to be bringing in the warmer air and all of that rain for tonight. Behind that, we get a lot of wind tomorrow morning that's going to kind of blow everything out of here as that system exits stage right. Tomorrow afternoon, the wind tapers off, more sunshine, and we keep the sunny conditions and the dry as well as calm conditions toward the end of the weekend and early next week. Now, we may have a stray shower or two next Tuesday, but other than that, we stay mainly rain-free all the way through the rest of the week. Next weekend does look a little bit interesting. We continue to track the potential for a few more showers then. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Taking a live look now from our Len Stoller mobile track to get you out on the roads before Justin's talking about that rain coming here in about 90 minutes. Yeah, we're traveling along the inner loop right near Pikesville. Looks good. Spring is right around the corner, and we want to help you get prepared for the warmer weather, which means spring sports, grass stains, wine spills, even some makeup stains. A laundry expert joining us live in studio with some tips and tricks that you do not want to miss.
We're here at the American Craft Made Marketplace, checking out some of the art and also meeting some of the artists. Coming up next, we'll take you inside this booth, and we're actually going to meet the artist and find out how she creates her work. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, we want to take you right now. We're getting a live look from inside the courtroom where sentencing hearings for disgraced attorney Alex Murdaugh will be happening any minute now. Stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News as we await to hear his sentence.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
sentencing hearing for disgraced attorney Alex Murdaugh is set to begin. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News as we await to hear his sentence.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by the Maryland Home and Garden Show.
For that. All right, shifting gears here at 9:23. Time to shake off that winter chill and get ready for some warm weather.
That's right. You know what warm weather means? You're sprucing up your home and learning new tips at the Maryland Home and Garden Show. However, we brought this guy in. This is the laundry evangelist, Patrick Richardson. He's joining us. And you brought a spread, and you say, I can get any stain out. Bring it.
Well, so far I've gotten every stain out. So, you know,
preach.
Right.
Yeah.
Hallelujah. But so far we're good.
All right. Now, what's the most common people make in terms of mistakes when they're doing laundry?
They panic.
Oh.
The real trick is do not panic.
Yeah. Okay.
You can get any stain out. Don't start throwing everything at it.
Yeah.
You know, just don't panic.
So everything I've done, throw that out the window. Panic, throw anything at it.
Right.
Club soda, seltzer,
No.
Tide sticks,
everything. Yeah, just start where, just know what the stain is and kind of go from there. You know, the one that panics everybody is red wine.
Yeah.
Like if you spill red wine at my house, the only thing I do is pour you more. I don't panic. I don't do anything. But I've had people tell me like, oh, it's ruined because I got red wine on it.
Yeah, well, show you brought us kind of an example, and you brought red wine, which is
right. Well, you know, after.
Yeah, we'll do that later.
So this is
bottle's
just
like empty though.
Well, there's still some in there. So this is just water mixed with a little bit of oxygen bleach, which you buy at the grocery store. And then all you do is you just stick this in it. And what's going to happen is it's going to turn color.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, that would make me panic because I'm like, great.
Okay, see, it was purple and now it's like blue.
Right.
Once it's blue, you can just toss it in the washing machine.
And then now it's gone.
Now it'll come right out.
So water to wine.
What's in there?
Yeah.
It's just oxygen bleach. You just pick it up at the grocery store.
Bleach?
Yeah, you buy it at the grocery store. It'll be with the laundry products.
They have an actual name on one of them. It's pretty big.
Yeah,
it's called
but there's
OxyClean.
Right, but there's several of them.
There are lots of other ones. And that was out before that one.
And some people spill Old Bay.
Well, I was
in this city. I don't know why.
I was in Baltimore, so I had to bring Old Bay stain. I mean,
you say though the worst spill that you have to handle is barbecue sauce.
Right.
Here we're going to go with
Old Bay is. I mean, it's comparable. This is also comparable. You ask about makeup. The same trick is going to be for all of these stains.
All right, good.
The problem is it's oily.
Okay.
So what you do is you take, this is just vinegar and water, and you just spray a little vinegar and water on it and then blot it. Okay, and what that's going to do is it's going to lift that oil. And then this is a bar of laundry soap, which you also buy at the grocery store, and a horsehair brush.
Different than facial soap.
Yeah, it's formulated for laundry, so it's not going to have any moisturizers in it. And then you just scrub it.
You're watching it disappear.
And there it goes. See, I mean, it actually comes through. The trick is put a towel under it.
Okay.
And the towel will work on the bottom while you're working from the top.
And then the towel will have the stain and you won't, so the stain goes.
And it'll wash right out.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, and so this would be true of makeup. So that's going to be how you take that out.
What's the number one question you get from people? Is it red wine?
The number one question, the number one stain is red wine.
Yeah.
Number one question, or the number one misconception is, how much detergent, and you're using too much. You only need a little bit.
Can we go and find more tips somewhere online if we can?
Yeah, you can go to laundryevangelist.com. You can also come see me at the home show because I'm going to give all the tips there.
There you go. Meet him right there and come with all of your questions. Thank you so much for stopping in and checking with us here, too.
Just try this over here.
Absolutely.
Still ahead, if you live in Baltimore County, a proposed change could mean your child will be going to a different school. The redistricting plan's underway. Coming up.
Just got a call at the last building just fell on it, North and Wolf. Get some units, a couple medics.
Unbelievable video. Check this out. Showing the moments police chase led to a crash that ended with a pedestrian dead. Yeah, why one expert said the chase should have never happened in the first place. 9:27 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We want to take you live to South Carolina's Colleton County, where any moment disgraced attorney Alec Murdaugh's sentencing hearing is set to take place. And of course, this comes after he was found guilty of murdering his wife and his son just yesterday. Taylor Stewart in our live center with what is expected out of this hearing. We're going to get to her in just a few minutes here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday, March 3rd. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, looking at the forecast, talking about movie or game night. Game night's another thing we can do tonight.
That's a great idea, Tom. Meg, good morning to both of you. And if you have date night tonight, just bring the rain gear, because that's when we're going to see the heaviest rain. Right now, kind of the cloudy skies out over the Inner Harbor at this time. We did see the sun earlier this morning, but that is pretty much done now. Our numbers statewide are in the 30s and 40s, and these are unfortunately where those temperatures are going to stay throughout the course of the day today. You can actually see that here in our next 12 hours graphic. Very steady temperatures hanging out in the 40s for most of the afternoon, and actually will get warmer later tonight than what we are seeing for the afternoon. So over the next 3 days, yeah, it's a rainy and cold day today, but mid-50s tomorrow after the wind in the morning. Should be a pretty nice afternoon. Sunday looks great. We're talking about upper 50s and even possibly lower 60s by Sunday afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis for the first time. We're seeing tense moments leading up to a fatal police chase in Baltimore.
New security video and body cam footage from the deadly crash is being shown for the very first time.
St. Clair, traveling at a high rate of speed. It looks like it's going to go southbound on Wolf and come out.
The footage shows the moments the fleeing suspects slam into a second car before hitting a pedestrian, which we're not going to show that part, and then just toppling a building.
Shannon Lilly is taking a deeper dive into what led up to this crash and why some experts say the chase should not have happened in the first place.
Yeah, a former cop says this shouldn't have happened because of what Baltimore police officers knew at the time. Well, unfortunately, the chase did happen, and it left 5 people hurt. 1 person was killed. We're going to get you back to that dramatic video, but first a warning that some of what you're about to see may be disturbing.
Yeah, just hit a car, collapsed building. Building just fell on it, north and Wolf. Get some units, a couple medics. Let me see it!
You are watching the high-speed chase of a stolen vehicle in East Baltimore happening last month. That stolen car slamming into an unsuspecting driver and a pedestrian who was just walking along North Avenue. Now, guns drawn, police got out and rushed in, but quickly realized that this was a life-saving mission, one that former police officer Melissa Pinkleton says could have been prevented.
If it's for a traffic infraction, a property crime, in general, that should not even turn into a pursuit. In most departments in the country, they're not allowed to chase. Officers are not allowed to chase anymore for property crimes because of fatalities and injury accidents that have happened to innocent citizens over the years.
In fact, according to BPD's pursuit policy, pursuing a stolen car is prohibited if it is the initial violation. And in this video, one officer can even be heard telling the others to stop the chase. So we have reached out to police to find out if there were any other circumstances outside of their pursuit policy that made these officers chase this vehicle. We also asked if any disciplinary action has been taken against these officers involved in this pursuit. We have not heard back. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. The new police video comes just a day after the City Board of Estimates approved a $6 million settlement with the estate of a man killed in a chase involving gun trace task force officers. And it was a similar situation where a car was being pursued, crashed into another car unrelated to the investigation. The breaking up of the disgraced gun trace task force resulted in top to bottom reviews of the department, including vehicle pursuit policies.
Well, at any moment, any minute now, we expect to learn the fate of Alec Murdaugh after he was found guilty of murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul.
We have Taylor Stewart in our live center as we await this sentence. Taylor.
Yeah, guys, this is the live look right now at the courthouse as we await to hear what his sentence could be. Now, just minutes after that verdict was read, we could see he was very stoic. A lawyer for several of Murdaugh's financial victims had already predicted his fate, and just after 3 hours of deliberating, that jury found him guilty of murder in the case of his wife and youngest son, Paul.
I would not be surprised if he gets life without parole.
And at that point, now you've got 90 some odd financial crimes. People say allegedly Alec did it. Alec stole these people's money. He betrayed their trust, whether it was going to cost them their life or not.
Judge Clifton Newman denying the defense's motion for a mistrial, saying there's been, quote, an overwhelming amount of testimony and evidence that's been presented to the jury.
And our criminal justice system worked tonight. It gave a voice to Maggie and Paul Murdaugh, who were brutally mowed down and murdered on the night of June 7th, 2021 by someone that they loved and someone that they trusted.
We're told the defense does plan to speak today after sentencing. Again, we're waiting by here. It's set to begin at 9:30 Eastern time. We're going to bring you that here live on air and online. That's the latest on the live desk.
Thank you, Taylor. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Some Baltimore County parents, they are up in arms over redistricting plans that would build a brand new middle school, but it would impact nearly a dozen other schools. 4 proposed plans. One keeps the area's elementary school students attending nearby Pine Grove Middle School. But distance isn't the only issue, considering many students are still catching up after a long period of pandemic home instruction.
There's nothing wrong with the schools or the communities. It just feels like the goal that we've been told by BCPS is to keep historical communities together. This sort of just destroys ours. Our kids are finally getting their legs under them. They're finally getting relationships going again.
Well, Baltimore County Public Schools says that its redistricting committee is still finalizing these plans, and they are offering a number of opportunities for parental input, starting with 2 public information sessions scheduled for next week. U.S. figure skater becomes the target of a Chinese spying operation. Coming up, the remarkable backstory.
And a wet start to your weekend coming up, when we'll see the heaviest of the rain and how long it'll last. That's coming up 9:37 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Coming up on 9:40, and we want to take you back live to South Carolina's Colleton County as we wait for the sentencing hearing to begin for disgraced attorney Alec Murdaugh. It was scheduled to begin at 9:30. We're going to make sure we're following this and let you know as soon as that happens to see what his sentencing might be.
In the meantime, though, grab a friend and make sure you bring your wallet. Shop, support, and celebrate the handcrafted work of dozens of artists this weekend.
The American Craft-Made Marketplace is happening at the Baltimore Convention Center, and it is packed with good stuff. This morning for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson has more.
Yeah, the American Craft-Made Marketplace is in Baltimore this weekend. Gives you a chance to check out some incredible artwork, but also meet the artists themselves. And right now we are chatting with one of the artists. Lori Katz is joining us this morning. We're surrounded by your beautiful work.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's fun to be doing this with you. It's great to be back here in Baltimore. I'll talk to you a little bit about my work, I guess. My work is ceramic, it's clay, and I like to mention that because people often don't really see what it is. So it's mostly wall pieces, some things that hint at function, but my work is primarily decorative, small compositions that work in groupings. I use wire and clay, and that's really it. There's my work doesn't mean anything. It's not representational. It's simple. It's circle and line. Yeah, it is. It's about balance, and if it's about anything, it's about surface texture. Yeah.
You have some incredible designs here. Everything's a little different. How long does it take you to put together one of these pieces?
That's the hardest question. I never make one piece at a time, so it's really difficult to answer. Start to finish on a single piece is usually a matter of weeks, but that's a lot of waiting time. It's a lot of.
We want to break in right now with some breaking news from South Carolina. We are waiting for sentencing for Alec Murdaugh. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Your Honor, I have prepared the sentencing sheets signed up. If I can hand those up to the clerk. Your Honor, very quickly, the defendant has no prior record, and the state has no victim impact people who want to speak at this time. But I will address the court briefly. And I don't need, Your Honor, to repeat the evidence that Your Honor just heard for the past 6 weeks, but it is overwhelming, and it shows this man to be a cunning manipulator, a man who placed himself above all others, including his family. A man who violated the trust of so many, including his friends, his family, his partners, his profession, but most of all, Maggie and Paul. This is a very complicated situation, and I want to offer my condolences to the family that has suffered here. We have tried very hard to be respectful and sensitive regardless of what position any person took, because this family has suffered and they've had to suffer in the public eye, and I want to offer my condolences to this family. I want to offer it for Maggie and Paul and Mr. Randolph too, who I had the pleasure of working with on one occasion. But the reality remains is that despite all this attention, this case is about Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh, and I'm so thankful that the jurors gave them a voice. You heard about Paul. Obviously, there was the boat case, but you also heard him described as a fun-loving young man, a person who loved life, a person who would do anything for his friends, for anyone. And he's cut down as he was just starting to live his life. You heard about Maggie. You heard how sweet she was. You heard that she was a girl's girl who adapted to the outdoorsman life of her sons, how much she loved her sister and her brother-in-law and their children. And she was cut down in the prime of her life. Both of them, like everyone else, was unaware of who he really was. No one who thought they knew this man, no one who thought they were close to this man knew who he really was. And, Your Honor, that's chilling. And I've looked in his eyes, and he liked to stare me down as he would walk by me during this trial. And I could see the real Alex Murdaugh. He looked at me. The depravity, the callousness, the selfishness of these crimes are stunning. The lack of remorse and the effortless way in which he lies, including here, sitting right over there in this witness stand. Your Honor, a man like that, A man like this man should never be allowed to be among free, law-abiding citizens again. And I would submit to you that the only just sentence here to give justice for Maggie.
Now, again, you're joining us right now. Breaking news with Alec Murdaugh, a sentencing hearing. This will take some time, so we just want to give you, we'll be continuing to watch this as both sides present their cases.
9:45, and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
State, for the defense team, but for all of the citizens in this community, all the citizens in this state, and as we've seen based on the media coverage throughout the nation, you have a wife who's been killed, murdered, a son savagely murdered, a lawyer, a person from a respected family who has controlled justice in this community for over a century, a person whose grandfather's portrait hang at the back of the courthouse that I had to have ordered removed in order to ensure that a fair trial was had by both the state and the defense. And I've sat through the trial. Not only have I sat through the trial, but also as the presiding judge of the state grand jury, sat through and participated in the issuance of search warrants of various sorts, bond hearings, and have had to consider many things. And we have this case, and I'm also assigned to preside over 99 others, at least 99 other cases. Though testimony has come up regarding many of those other cases, I will not make any comment with regard to any other pending matter, as I have been assigned those cases as well. It's also particularly troubling, Mr. Murdaugh, because as a member of the legal community and a well-known member of the legal community, you've practiced law before me, and we've seen each other at various occasions throughout the years. And it was especially heartbreaking for me to see you go in the media from being a grieving father who lost a wife and a son to being the person indicted and convicted of killing them. And you've engaged in such duplicitous conduct here in the courtroom.
Again, you're listening to the judge in the sentencing trial of Alec Murdaugh. He is standing in front of the judge. We are going to take a quick break and come back and hopefully be able to get the verdict as it was handed down by that judge. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
And many have received the death penalty, probably for lesser conduct. Remind me of the expression you gave on the witness stand. Was it tangled?
Tangled web, we weave.
oh, what tangle web we weave. What did you mean by that?
It meant when I lied, I continue to lie.
And the question is, when will it end? When will it end? And it's ended already for the jury because they've concluded that you continued to lie and lied throughout your testimony. And perhaps with all the throng of people here, they, for the most part, all believe, or 80, 90%, 99% believe that you continue to lie now when your statement of denial to the court. Perhaps you believe that it does not matter, that there's nothing that can mitigate a sentence given the crimes that were committed. You know, a notice of alibi was filed in this case by counsel in November, and we conducted a hearing, pretrial hearing, in which you claimed to have been someplace else at the time the crime was committed. Then, after all of the witnesses placed you at the scene of the crime, at the last minute, or last minutes or days, you
listening into the Murdaugh sentencing hearing. We are streaming this live on our website right now.
And of course, we will have the latest on our midday in just a little bit at 11 o'clock.
More lies and continue to lie.